Right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Calling to order the Board of Education special meeting, March 4th. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Flags behind us today. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, item 3 is roll call of all school board members. We're all present. Item 4 is to approve the agenda, which is interviewing our candidates for superintendent position today. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're gonna interview candidates today for superintendent position. Each has an hour. At 8:30, we're gonna interview Brian Hackbarth, 9:45 AM David Wheeler, 11 AM Kevin Grover. And then after that, we'll select candidates for second round interviews if we so choose. And we'll review second round interview questions if we so choose. And we'll adjourn after that. So we'll wait just a couple minutes here for our first candidate, Brian Hackbarth, to come in, and we'll start the interview process.
Normally I would introduce a candidate.
Yeah. Hi,
Morning.
Brian. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Welcome. Yep, thank you for meeting with us today. We'll be interviewing 3 candidates today.
Okay.
And all candidates will be notified as soon as the school board has finished their deliberations today. Yep, the board members will be taking turns asking questions of you, and we'll be taking notes to assist in our deliberations. So that's not meant to be disrespectful. We are listening and paying attention.
Got it.
We've allocated 1 hour for this interview, and the last question will be whether you have any questions for us. Provided there's still time left within the hours.
Got it. Got it.
We'll keep you notified during the interview as to time left, time remaining as the interview goes on, and we'll speed you up or slow you down if necessary.
Okay.
So we've provided a copy of the interview questions for you, and please note there are 15 questions.
Okay.
Okay. If you are ready, we'll begin.
Sounds good.
So tell us about yourself and why you're interested in becoming the East Grand Forks superintendent.
Yeah. Great way to start. Good morning, everybody, and thanks again for the opportunity. I really appreciate that. I've been pretty excited all weekend thinking about this interview, and so I'm glad to be here. And yeah, I'm very much interested in the position. And I was thinking to myself this weekend, why are you interested? Well, I have 8 months. I have 8 months to evaluate this position. And so I think it's a big difference between telling people that you are interested and want to be somewhere and actually been there for 8 months to be able to say, I know I want to be here for the long run. And so that to me is very, it sits good in my soul that I know that I want to be here. I can look at you guys this morning. I can tell you I want to be here. And I'm excited about this opportunity because I know that I've been here. So I know that. A little bit about myself. I started out Mankato State, got my bachelor's degree down there. Moved to Duluth, and I worked in corrections for about 3 years, primarily with juveniles. And from there, I got an opportunity to work with a group that worked in the schools, and I got to coordinate those events, and really got to meet and hang out with principals, superintendents, counselors, social workers, things like that. And I tell you, I really at that point knew that's where I wanted to be. I wanted to be in the schools. I wanted to be around the best and brightest people. I wanted to be part of something bigger than myself. And so I knew at that point, that's what I wanted to do. I went on and got my master's degree and in counseling, and I was a school counselor for 6 years in Grand Marais. At that point, the school went from 3 full-time administrators to 2. And so an opportunity arose for me to take on more administrative responsibilities. And so I did. And ultimately I went on and got my principal's license and then subsequently my superintendent's license. And really I did that because I was motivated by the kids and the families and school boards. And, I wanted to be part of something, like I said, bigger than myself. And so that's really how I ended up being where I am now, is because of some of those influential people. And again, being part of something where you can dramatically change people's lives and be part of something special. So as far as this position, again, I've had 8 months to kind of, evaluate the situation. I came into it as the interim superintendent, but I never felt that way from the get-go. And that's a big bonus to you guys. And you all came in and you supported me and you gave me challenges and direction. I didn't know what to expect, but I felt like you did that. You trusted me. And hopefully I still have that trust. It's a great place to be, and I want to be here. Again, I have 8 months to kind of back that up and tell you, truthfully, that's what I want to do. It's a golden opportunity for somebody, whoever it might be, to come in here and really take things to the next level. I think that's always got to be the goal, to get better every day. I know that's my goal every day. I hope that you don't expect me to be perfect, because I'm not, but I feel like I've grown every day I've been here. And that's really rewarding for me. And it also gives me confidence that I can do the job here at a high level. That's why I want to be East Grand Forks superintendent.
Thank you.
Morning, Brian.
Morning.
Can you tell us about a time when you made an unpopular decision? Describe that situation and how you handled any resulting criticism.
That's part of the job. Superintendents aren't the most popular people on the planet sometimes, because you have to make tough decisions that affect people. Sometimes, very personally. I think one of the things that I got direction on coming in here is that we're deficit spending. So one of the things I wanted to do was try to tighten the belt a little bit, look for opportunities to save money. This year, even as an interim, we were doing that. So then you start looking at things, you're asking questions, you're evaluating programs, you're evaluating expenses. You're wondering why we're not getting, grants and things in and stuff like that. And so sometimes when you ask those questions, people are turned off by it. They're like, who is this person coming here asking questions? Why are they trying to do something that impacts me personally? Well, it's because I've been given direction to try to save money and to be responsible. And I think that's an ongoing thing. I think there's something to be said about integrity. I think your superintendent needs to have the highest level of integrity. And so when those tough things come along, that you're looking through a clear lens and you're not just favoring one way or the other because of maybe who the person is or who they know or their connections. I think you have to always do and say the right thing for everybody and not just one person or another. I like to make people happy. I like to please people. I like to say yes instead of no. I like to do all those things. I'm a human being, but I also know that I have a bigger responsibility than that. And so, yeah, there are unpopular decisions that I make. If you want an example, I can talk a little bit about pink sheeting. I know that when I came in here, that was one of the first things I looked at was, the amount of pink sheets that were coming across the district office desks. And it was a little overwhelming for me coming in that first month and seeing all of those. And we had to say no. I had to say no. I had to tell principals, no, we're not doing that anymore. And of course that gets back into those people and they're wondering, well, what the heck? We've done this for years here. Who are you to come in and say no to that? Well, because we're going to find other ways to do that within the school day, within the work day. We're going to find times to be more efficient. And so that's one of the things that we did. I took a hard look at transportation. I know that was, something that's kind of been a tradition here with how we transport activities and things like that. Took a hard look at that. We've done some reshuffling in the district office. That was a significant change. Maybe not everybody agreed with it, but I think I checked out the boxes before I came to the board with my recommendations and thought it through thoroughly. And so I think there's been a number of those things. Working with the teachers union, as much as I like to build relationships with people, I also like to stand up for what I believe is right for the district. And so sometimes, those things aren't always agreeable, but you still work, forward and build relationships and hopefully, good or bad, those relationships will get you to the other side.
Okay, if we visited with your staff, what would they say is your most obvious strength and your most obvious weakness?
Sure, yeah, I think that, I hope that they would recognize that I'm a people person. I hope that they would, comment about, me being approachable and understanding. I think people see me as a genuine leader, somebody that values opinions and listening to other people. Whether I agree or not with them, I think that I hope that they feel respected and listened to. I think that I'm somebody that's always approachable. I think I make it a priority to respond to people. So if somebody, emails me or calls me, anything like that, I think I get back to them quickly. I don't think that I like to leave things open-ended. I think that I'm straightforward. I don't think that I certainly can be a salesman as needed. And I think that is part of my job to do that as well. But I also think that I'm genuine. And I think people value the fact that I will give them a straight answer. And a lot of times that's about being accountable and having high expectations. And again, sometimes that goes over like a lead balloon too. I mean, I think people, I'm kind of who I am. I'm going to tell you how I feel. I'm going to do it in the most respectful way that I can. I hope people see me as somebody that looks beyond my nose. I hope people, when I make decisions, hopefully I explain the why behind the what to people. I hope people feel that way. I certainly do my best to do that, to make sure that, if I'm asking somebody to do something, they know why. I hope that they would say that I lead by example. But if I'm asking people to be all hands on deck in our district, hopefully they feel like I've done that here. And I'm not just sitting in the office and pulling strings, that they know that I will step up as needed. I hope they feel that way. Weaknesses, I think that I have plenty of those too. I think that obviously there's some disadvantages, excuse me, to being an interim superintendent. I think that, when you're making big decisions, I think that having some skin in the game is pretty important. And so if I'm going to be here for a year and you're going to get somebody else, sometimes that message can be received differently. Building relationships for the future. I think that, there's some disadvantages there too. People want to know, how long are you going to be here? Are you going to move on? Can't tell you how many people throughout the year said, are you interested in staying? I didn't know how to take that. Is that them telling me that we'd like to see that, or is that them telling me, how long are you going to be here? So you kind of go through that throughout the year. But again, I never really felt that way. I really didn't. And that's, again, it's credit to East Grand Forks. I've felt welcome. I felt supported. I felt appreciated. My administration team is wonderful. I think we work really well together. I think I work really well with the board and the board with me. I think we've accomplished a lot this year on a short period of time because we've had to. And I'm learning every day. And I certainly have a lot more to learn. But so anything that you would perceive as a weakness of mine, I hope you would understand also that, those weaknesses can turn into strengths with determination and desire to do so. So anything that this board ever would feel that would be a weakness of mine, I hope you would know that I'm committed to making them a strength.
Morning, Brian.
Morning.
What are some examples of significant changes you instituted in your past organizations?
A lot. I think that's one of my strengths. I think that's always kind of followed me. I feel like I'm somebody that always says, what can we do better? I think you go back as far as you want to in my history. I don't think anybody's ever said, this is a person that sits on their hands. I think one of the first things I told the staff is I said, I expect myself to get better every day. And that's all I'm asking of you. Let's try to get better every day. We have a great school district here, just a wonderful school district, and so much to brag and be proud of. And honestly, that's really a great place to start. But we also have some areas that I think we can strengthen. Okay, I wouldn't call them weaknesses. I would call them areas that we can strengthen. And so I think that's something that I've done everywhere I've been. I can go back to my days at Cass Lake Bena. We took a situation there and we really turned it into one of the most remarkable turnarounds ever. We ended up being a reward school in the state of Minnesota. We're in the bottom 5% of the state at one point when I came in. And those teachers and our staff came together and we turned that thing around. We ended up being a reward school after that. We turned it around completely. We developed PLCs. We developed meaningful professional development there, high-end training, expectations in the classroom, tools for teachers. We developed a 9th grade academy, a career pathway program we built from the ground up at Cass Lake Bena. And to this day, people still come visit our school because we are the model. And just super proud of what we did there in a really tough environment. At Greenway last year, I only had 1 year there, but in 1 year, we developed a strategic plan there they hadn't done there in about a decade. Okay. You know, MSBA will tell you that they don't even want you to start a strategic plan with a new superintendent until about 6 to 8 months. That's what they'll tell you, because they want the superintendent to understand and learn about the district before sitting down with the board and writing a strategic plan. We did that at Greenway. My first year ever as a superintendent, we sat down and we wrote that. Now, we didn't score a touchdown before I left, but we're at the 1 yard line. Okay. You know, my time got cut short there. That was my decision. And we were right there at the 1 yard line. Okay. We also developed a promotional video there that highlighted everything that's great about Greenway schools. And I'd love to do that here at East Grand Forks. It's a great tool to not only restore pride in your school district, but also to capture those things that would be great for attract staff and families to our schools. You know, what is East Grand Forks? What is Greenway? What is Cass Lake Bena? It takes somebody with a vision to go out there and put that together and do that. I did that over there in 1 year. I've come in here and I believe that I was handed a lot of challenges to start out with. And I think that we've done those without a whole lot of bumps in the road. I mean, I just think about the first, month here, we have all of these legislative changes staring us down. And any superintendent, I don't care if you're a 2nd-year superintendent or if you've had 25 years in the game, everybody will tell you the same thing. This was probably the most challenging year a districts across the state has faced in a long, long time. We did really well here with all those challenges. We really did. Was it perfect? No, but we did a great job. We adopted almost 30 new policies here at East Grand Forks, okay? With that came a lot of change, came a lot of information that starts with my administrative team down to the teachers and staff and the community and everybody. That's a lot of work, okay? We did that here, okay? We had universal meals. Nobody knew where that was gonna take us, okay? That was a big challenge, okay? I think about the challenges we had with transportation and how I needed to get my creative hat on and say, what are we gonna do, okay? I remember Labor Day weekend, I'm on the phone trying to figure out solutions to make sure we could run all of our buses the first day of school. I refused to let us go into the school year starting that way, okay? I also refused to cancel school buses, okay? We came up with a plan to make sure that we were delaying buses and not canceling routes, okay? Given how dire our situation was, I feel like we really were able to do that and make sure that we provided that equity across the board where everybody was getting picked up. So, I mean, I think change and solving problems, I think is right up my alley. I think that's what I was born to do. And hopefully you all believe that I've done some good things here.
Give us a couple of examples of difficult leadership situations you faced in the past and how you handled them.
Leadership is fantastic, right? I mean, I love being a leader. I've been a leader all my life. I mean, there's so many things to be happy about when you're a leader. But on the other side of it, it's really, really tough and challenging every day. You're all leaders. You understand that too. It's challenging. Again, I think that some of the things that I talked about at the beginning of the year with transportation, some of the reshuffling with the district office. Let's talk about that for a little bit. So, you got a new superintendent. So you start there. You start the year with some uncertainty with your food service manager position. So kind of working through that. Your business manager situation was up in the air. You've been deficit spending for a while. So I kind of walk into that. There's really a need for HR in our district. And so we make those changes and recommendations and move forward with that. You bring in a new accounts payable person, and then you've had 2 transportation directors. I don't know what the definition of challenges is for leadership, but that was a big one. Okay. Let's talk about our administration team. I walked into a situation with some really experienced administrators, strong leaders. How do I come in as the new superintendent who happens to be an intern or interim rather, come in there and be part of that group? How do you earn that street credit with them? How do you go in there and be part of something bigger than yourself? Well, I'll tell you what, you don't just walk in there with your tie on and you don't get that respect. You have to earn it. And I feel like I've done that with my team this year. And a big part of that is letting them know that I care about them and I support them. And I show them every opportunity that I get. I want them to know that I do those things. Okay. I don't want to come in here and dictate things. I don't want to come in here and I don't want to boss people around. What I want to do is I want to learn and I want to be the wind in their sails. I don't want to micromanage. I want to be there and be a part of something. That's great. We have that here. We have a very strong administrative team. Okay, we have a very strong teaching staff. We have a lot of great people in this district. We have great students, we have great families. You know, our community is a reflection of our school. Our schools are a reflection of our community. East Grand Forks has that. Very positive. So yeah, so you talk about, you know, difficult leadership situations. I think it starts right there. I think it starts with me coming in as an interim. All of the changes in the district office. I think, you know, you take somebody that was, you're teaching a learning coordinator. And the capacity that person was in and what they were doing for the district, and you take that position away. I think that was a big move. Okay. And I had to kind of figure out where that goes because there's 20 things that person was doing that I have to figure out where those go. And I think that given all the challenges that we've had here, I'd like to think those are difficult leadership situations. On the other side of it, I can tell you 100 things that have been just phenomenal and how great it feels to be a leader. But I'm not naive enough to know that, you know, there's two sides of this. It can be really tough, but it can also be very rewarding.
How do you delegate authority to others and provide accountability?
Absolutely. One of the things I learned early on as an administrator, and probably my first or second years as a principal, was can't do it all. I don't care who you are, you can't do it all. And certainly 3-4 years into it, you realize, well, why did I ever think I could? And why would I ever want to do that? Because it'll burn you right out. So you need to be able to work with your team. I've always been of the belief that people are in their positions for a reason. It's not by coincidence or accident that we have strong administrators, that we have strong teachers, that we have strong department heads, that we have strong district office staff, strong school board. People are there for a reason. And so I like to trust those people. I like to give people direction or recommendations. I like to give people support. I mean, I think one of the first messages I said to my administrative team was, I'm not going to micromanage you. I mean, I expect you to do your job at a high level. I expect you to come to me with questions and support that you need. I am here to support you. That's my job. And so I think you have to set the bar. I think number one, I think, you as a superintendent, especially, you have to come in and you have to say, we're going to do things the right way every day. When people are looking and when they're not looking, we're going to do the right thing always. Okay. We're always going to try to achieve greater heights, to achieve our goals. And quite frankly, maybe the norm maybe is something that needs to be challenged every now and then. And so I think that, delegating authority, I mean, I think I've given that to my admin team, and certainly I've given my admin team the direction to give that to their staff. And I think that's really important. Trust your staff. There's leaders in every building around every corner staring at us every day. And a lot of times they're just itching for more responsibility and itching to be part of something bigger than maybe their classroom or whatever they're doing every day. I mean, they're just everywhere. And so I think that's kind of the leadership that I like to run, is making sure that, yes, delegating authority, and accountability. If we're not accountable, I mean, what are we doing? So, but in order to hold people accountable, you can't miss one thing. People need to know what your expectations are. Absolutely a must. And again, over time you learn that you have to be very clear on what your expectations are. And so I think that I've done that here. I think that I've come into every situation, every building, for the most part, always trying to be communicative and clear about expectations. Okay, you can't hold people accountable if they don't know what the bar is and what you're expecting. So that's an important step. I think that I've done a good job there. Certainly, there's always the opportunities to grow, but that to me is most important.
You're about halfway through the questions and you're running good on time.
Perfect.
What is your impression of the role the school board plays in leading the district? What is the role of the superintendent?
Yeah. So the school board and the superintendent obviously work in conjunction with one another. Even though this is only my second year as superintendent, I'm very comfortable working with the board. I know that you guys know that, at Castle Bina that I filled in for the superintendent a lot. And so a lot of work with the board and committees and really even at board meetings, things like that, was part of strategic planning with the board. A lot of things. And so even before I was a superintendent, I knew the dynamic of working with the school board. I think the superintendent is there to give direction and recommendations to the board, to keep the board continuously updated on state and federal level, local, just making sure that they're on track with everything that's happening. Changes, revelations in the district, things like that. Keeping the board, on track with things that have to be taken care of, as far as timelines and stuff like that. I think that's a really important part of it. The school board is also giving me direction and guidance and asking questions and expressing concerns. Certainly as a school board member, you're a representative of our community and our parents, students and everybody. So you're getting things that come in, communication comes to you that you will be relaying on to me as a superintendent. So that's a really, really important part of the process. Kind of like I talked about before about not, getting, too far into kind of micromanaging my admin team. I think that's the same thing with the superintendent and the board. I hope that you feel that I haven't done that. I hope that you feel that I worked in conjunction with the school board. And talk about challenges. That's not easy either because there's 6 people, 6 individuals, and I want to make every one of you happy every day. I like it when you're happy and excited about things, but sometimes that doesn't always happen. And so, that's another challenging thing, but it's something that I've embraced and something that I enjoy working with people on. And so I think that, one of the things that, we've done in the last 8 months is we got to kind of try the shoe on a little bit, right? You guys have gotten to kind of see how I interact with the board. I've gotten to see how you interact with the superintendent. I can tell you the experience that I'm having this year is quite different than the one I've had before. And so I'm happy. I'm happy about that. I feel good about that. Like I said, we've hit the ground running from day one and we've accomplished so much. I can't imagine what it would be like 2-3 years from now to look back and say, wow, where we've come. So we have that advantage of having 8 months to kind of take a look at one another. Again, I think it's a big difference from saying that you want to do things and you want to be here for the long run and actually looking at you this morning and saying that I know I want to do that because I've been here.
What would be your reaction if the school board opposes something which you thought was sound? What if the school board proposes something which you think is unsound or inappropriate?
Yeah, I think it really starts with, understanding the school board process. I mean, you're 6 individuals, and if you include me, then we got 7, right? We all certainly have our own opinions. We all certainly have, feelings one way or the other with things. And so when the school board proposes something to me, I think what's important is that it comes from the school board. I think that one thing I've learned is that it can be challenging when you're just listening to one school board member. Or 2 school board members and maybe not the entire board, because the board needs to really bring stuff forward as a board, as a unit. That's the whole idea of a school board. So I feel like I've been pretty lucky this year that we do a really good job with that. Same thing with the superintendent bringing things to the board. I think that I need to vet that process too. I think it's really important that I don't just say, hey, I'm the smartest person on the planet and I have all the ideas and this is what I think we should do. I think I need to go through the channels before I bring that forward. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done with any recommendation that I bring forth before I bring it to the school board. And so I think that process works both ways to make sure that, when we are bringing those things forth that they've been well vetted. So sound, yeah, I think, you know, I think I've been, again, my experience here is that we bring a lot of sound things forward. I hope that you feel that the superintendent has done that as well. When maybe something I don't agree with, or something that I think need to pump the brakes on, I think we just do that. I think I've been pretty upfront with those things that have come forward. Or I said, yeah, well, let's talk about that a little bit. Let's look into it. Let me make a phone call or two. Let me call MSBA. Let me call the superintendent down the road, or maybe I'll call 2 or 3. You know, I think that, PLCs, for example, I have really strong feelings about PLCs. I think that I think that I know what needs to happen with PLCs, but I know that I also need to pump the brakes, and I need to take a look at what other people are doing with PLCs. I need to take a look at, the research behind it. I need to be able to have, choices and opportunities that we can take a look at, and not just me selling one facet of it. I think I really need to take the time to do that. And so I think I've done that, and I think I'll continue to do that. I think it's a little bit of back and forth with some of the stuff. I mean, I think that we have to talk about it, number one, but number two, as long as we come out with the right answer that benefits the school district and not just one segment of it. I mean, we have 4 schools. We have a lot of people that we have to be taking care of every day, and our decisions impact a lot of those folks. And so we need to be deliberate and make sure that we get the right answers. So I think it's a process both ways.
What are some of the techniques you would recommend the school district use to cut the budget if that becomes necessary? Share examples of what you have done or what that might look like.
Yeah, this is one of those other challenges that we referred to earlier, right? I mean, it's anytime you're looking at, cutting, just saying it, obviously, sends out a message, right? It's a big deal. And so I can't think of anything more important, for us to be thoughtful and deliberate on than this right here. And I know that we're having some conversations about how we can be more efficient as a school district. And certainly I'll be right in the middle of that as we move forward. So a very challenging situation. I think that number one, we've already started this process, is really, taking a close look at the district, every facet of it. Where are our strengths and where are areas that we can get stronger in. Let's take a look at how we can be more efficient. I think if you're just looking at a dollar, I think that you're going about it wrong. I think that, I think you need to really figure out, what are the priorities at East Grand Forks? We have a strategic plan, we have a mission statement, we have a vision, we have all these things, we have world's best workforce. Every building has goals. We have all of these things going on, okay? So I think the number one thing you can do is get together with those people. And so, and again, that conversations have happened, with our committee, obviously with our finance committee. Conversations are ongoing and happening with the admin team. We have a leadership team meeting that's going to be rescheduled from our snow day. That'll be part of that. Ongoing committee meetings to try to figure out what that looks like. So getting out there, getting information, getting the data. I think that, unfortunately for us, that this has been an issue for a while here. I mean, I think that's something that we need to address. And I think that we are, and we will. And so I think that the number one thing that we can do is just make sure that we have done our due diligence. I don't think it's as easy as just saying, let's do this or that. I think that stakeholder input is really important. And so I think that process has started. And again, I think that, you can't just look at this year or next year. I think it's, you're looking at, 5 years down the road. How does what we do this year going to impact next year and the year after and the year after that and the year after that, right? So having a plan, and not just trying to resolve something right in front of you, but be thinking about the implications of that, and then what are you going to do the year after, those years after. So it's a bit of a process, you know, as I think most of you know, and or at least some of you know, I've been through it before. I've been through it as an employee. I've been through it as an administrator. And so, you know, I hope that that experience that I'm bringing to the table is helpful, as we go through, you know, some of these discussions. I think that we have some things in motion that I think are going to prove to be valuable as we evaluate our entire district, but it won't be easy. And I understand that. So it's really important that we follow the process and we do it. We're very sound in that process. And because you don't want to look back and have regrets and say, shoulda, coulda, woulda. You want to make sure that you did it first time. So that's what I would say about that. And again, I have been part of it before. And I think some of that experience will show up as we go through the process.
You have 30 minutes left.
Thank you.
How would you suggest the school handle long-range financial planning? And please give us details or examples.
Yeah. So again, I think it's the strategic plan that you know, probably needs to be looked at. I think that you guys had a really nice strategic plan, but unfortunately you're about to expire here, you know. And so, you know, I've talked to some board members about this and maybe the entire board. You know, we have a couple of ways we can go about it. We can revise it or we can, you know, start over. I think that we need to have that roadmap though. We need to know, you know, what those priorities in East Grand Forks are. What are our goals? You know, what's our mission? What's our vision? What's our goals? What are the objectives? I think that has to guide us. I think that, doing a comprehensive needs assessment, which is happening right now in the district, is another piece of that. I think that, you know, we need to be looking at evaluating everything, you know, pre-K through 12, right? Where are we at with stuff? Knowing that staffing is about, it's a little over 80% of our entire budget. In order to move the needle significantly with spending, you know, you're most likely going to have to do something with staffing. That's just the reality of it. But it makes, you know, it's tough. It's tough because you know that. Will I be looking at everything else that isn't staffing? 100%. Matter of fact, I think you start there. I think that we've done that. I think we're looking at those opportunities. But I mean, there's no way to get around the fact that it's going to impact some people if we need to do significant reductions. And based on just the scenario that we have financially at East Grand Forks, I think that's a possibility. And so it's something that we'll be looking at. So I think that the process has started. I think some good conversations have been had. I mean, I can tell you right now, one of the first conversations I had with board members when I got into here was, this is the situation. We're in this situation. And so, you know, I had to kind of take a step back and say, well, that creates, you know, a little different look to things here. And I got to be cognizant of that and be aware of how I do things because I'm making decisions every day, right? Yeah. And some of those, most of those, impact our budget. And so I try to be aware of that at all times. I think that the process has started. I like the fact that the board has made some decisions on how they want to handle the finance committee. I like that a lot. I think our first meeting a couple weeks ago was very productive. I think that we'll have similar results at this meeting this week. And I think that when the time comes for the board to make decisions, I think that you'll be well informed. I think that you'll be ready. Won't be any easier, but I think that looking at the data and looking at, you know, the work that's gone on the front end is going to be really important. So so that's what I would recommend as far as long range planning. I would say that once we kind of get through that part, I think that the district could have further conversations about opportunities to increase some revenue and funding. And there's a number of ways and things that we could do, you know, in that area. But I think that some preliminary conversations have been had there, and having been part of that type of initiative before, I would hope that some of my experiences will be beneficial there too, but so I think we get through one piece and then I think we look towards the other. I know there's some things here that we need to address. And so, all the while, we have to make sure we take care of what we have. And so, and that's the piece, because the last thing we need to do is we don't want to ever affect our students. And take anything that's really great here away, because we have to do this. So every conversation is unique from the other. I think every one of these decisions is worthy of our time and it should be considered as a monumental decision moving forward. So I hope that I can guide the board in the right direction there and be of assistance throughout this tough time.
How would you describe your understanding of school district finance? What experiences have you had with finance?
Yeah, I mean, it's for anybody that's never dealt with school finance, and every business manager will tell you, every superintendent will tell you that, it's like speaking another language, right? It's something that you really got to put a lot of time and effort into. I feel like I'm pretty sound. I certainly know that our situation we came into this year has been unique. Having a consultant, I would say, somebody coming in from the outside helping with finance a couple days a week, and then now transitioning into a full-time business manager. So I mean, I worked with two different people this year, and so we all have to speak the right language, and then we got to speak to one another, and that's a challenge in itself. Okay. And then you throw on top of it all of the legislative changes and mandates and policy and things that are happening. Yeah, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. But I can tell you that every single day that I come into work, I have a better grasp of it, more confidence. Hopefully you've seen that growth given the challenges. I feel like, if there's any area that I could excel at and get better at, I think it's absolutely going to be this, because right now that's what we're looking at. Right now that is the priority. Other than school safety and supporting all your staff right now, your finance is going to be right there at the top. I'm not going to try to go around that at all. That's what it is. And I think that throughout a school year or even the course of 5 years, I mean, every superintendent will tell you that will fluctuate. But right now at East Grand Forks, that's going to be the top conversation. And so I need to be at my best. And I need to be making sure that there's growth in there every day. I need to make sure I don't let anybody down. Okay. And I can give you my word all I want, but I think you have to see it. And hopefully I'll get the opportunity to illustrate my strengths in that area. I have the utmost confidence in our business manager. But she's new too. And so we've worked really well together. She's been fantastic. Hopefully she feels the same way about what I brought to the table. But a lot of this is going to be just a collaborative effort between the school board, the superintendent, our stakeholders, and then obviously our business manager, and trying to make sure that we have the right decisions moving forward. Now, again, I talked about some of the cons and some of the challenges of being an interim. Well, there's certainly a lot of positives and a lot of pros, because I've been here 8 months and I've got to watch this thing go down. So I feel like I have a pretty good head start on where we're at financially. And I think you'll see that as we go through some of these conversations. So I would say that that's a tremendous strength and advantage, that we would be not starting over, we would continue what we've already started. And that process is ongoing right now, whether we want to or not, it's happening. And so I feel like that experience will suit me well. I've always been responsible for a budget. My entire career, as an administrator, I've always had a budget. I think at Cass Lake Pena was right around $6 million. And so balancing a budget of $6 million and balancing a budget of $26 million really doesn't matter to me. I mean, I look at the numbers. I know what my responsibility is, and I know the decisions that go into every move that we make with our finances. I would really be leaning on the board for direction moving forward as to how you want me or somebody else to proceed with those finances, because it needs to be this collaborative effort moving forward.
How would you motivate the teaching, administrative, and support staff to achieve new levels of excellence in education for all students.
Well, I think it starts with being just transparent and approachable. I think you need to know a little bit about what's happening out there with the teaching, your administrative and your support staff. I feel like I try to be part of all of those things as much as possible. And I'm very fortunate that I have some really fantastic people in this district that keep me informed when I can't be there. I also feel like they value what my opinion is and where I stand with all these things. Trying to develop relationships with everybody. I feel like, you know, in 8 months, I got some pretty good relationships going. I feel like we're working towards a level of collaboration and trust that maybe we haven't had here in the past. I know that's what people want. I know they want to be able to depend and trust somebody here. I think it starts with your superintendent. So I think that I've tried to get out there and listen and be part of those things as much as possible. I think you have to be genuine. I think your actions need to speak, you know, for themselves. I know that I have set the tone with my administrative team right off the bat. You know, I'm here to support you. Okay. But we got to communicate. You have to advocate. You have to keep me in the loop, you know. For whatever reason, I think sometimes people think that your superintendent knows everything that's going on at every minute of every day, right? I don't know that I'd want to know that, by the way, but I really need people to communicate with me too. Okay, as important it is for me to communicate with others, you need to communicate with me as well. Okay, I want to be part of every solution and everything that's good here, but people need to communicate, and people have. And again, coming in as an interim superintendent, I don't know that I've seen that as much. I think sometimes, you know, that communication and some of that collaboration can be a real challenge. I haven't felt that way here. I felt like from day one, I've had that. And again, credit to East Grand Forks and credit to everybody here. I've never felt like I'm here, you know, for a 1-year stop. Just haven't felt that way. And that's credit to the people here. I felt like I've been part of something. And I told people when I came in here, I really have 1 year. I'm all in. That's just who I am. I am who I am, right? I'm definitely not somebody that's just, you know, here and said, well, I'll do a year and I'll go somewhere else. If that happens, it happens. But that's not how I go about my work every day here. I have to be invested and I have to care and I have to be part of something at this level. I don't know any other way. You just have to do that. So motivating people and encouraging people, those things, that's what I love to do. I love to inspire people. I love people to believe in themselves. I like to empower folks. I think it's one of my strengths. I mean, I think that's something I've always done. I think, you know, you asked me earlier about some of the things that I've helped change in my career. How do you do that without being a motivator and encourager and genuine? How do you do it without proper communication and support? How do you do it with being anything other than somebody that can sit up in front of people and be convictive in what they're doing and prepared? You can't ask people to make changes like I've done in my career without those things. It's impossible. You know, so, you know, I can tell you I did those things, but talk to anybody I've worked with and they'll tell you I show them, I show people we can do this. And so, I mean, I feel good about that. I feel good about what I've done. Again, you know, in the short period of time I've been here, I feel good about what we've done here. We've had our challenges. But I felt like because of the way that I went about it, I worked with my team, that collaboration, that support, has been good. Now, I will say that same collaboration, support, communication, genuineness will be equally important on the other side of this. As we're having to make strategic decisions based on finance, enrollment, mandates, legislative, whatever, you need to be there on both sides. You can stand on the mountaintop and you can be somebody that motivates people, encourages people, but you also have to be there with folks when maybe times aren't easy. I feel like I can do both those things. I feel like we've done that in a short period of time I've been here. So hopefully you've seen that here at East Grand Forks, and hopefully you see that in my body of work where I've been in other places.
You have 15 minutes left and 3 questions.
Thank you.
How would you build trust and collaboration within the school district?
Well, and I think it kind of goes back to what I was just talking about, right? When I looked at the stakeholder survey last summer for the first time, when I came in and met with board leadership on, interest on being the interim superintendent, took a look at that information. A matter of fact, I spent a big chunk of my time in my hotel room looking at just that. Because I can tell you all the great things that I've done in the past. You can look at my resume, you can talk to people and all of that, but I think that if I'm coming in somewhere, whether it's a year or more, I need to know what the heck they're looking for. What's important to East Grand Forks. So I did that. And I think that one of the things I seen was that I think they want somebody to come in here and be, to have high integrity, to be a collaborative leader, to develop trust and that culture of trust and support. I think they wanted somebody to come in here and be somebody that's gonna retain staff and attract new staff. I think staffing is a concern here. And certainly at the end, I want to talk a little bit about that. If I get an opportunity, it looks like I will, to ask you a few questions about that. I think they want somebody that's going to be accessible, transparent, to develop relationships with the community. I think that I've done that in a short period of time here, not only within the school, but I think that my relationships with the city have been very positive in the county, with the area special ed collaborative. I think that I've done that with area superintendents. I think my relationship with MSBA, MREA, MASA is really positive and heading in the right direction. So I think that, all of those relationships that you build and that collaboration is really what's gonna really kind of float your boat through the tough times. But I spent a lot of time looking at that. It's easy to look at all the positives going on here and maybe dismiss maybe some of the things that aren't, as strong that we want to be, areas we don't want to be stronger in. I feel like I've done a good job of balancing both this year coming in, because I want to be a champion of all of the great things happening in East Grand Forks. The last thing I would ever want to do is diminish any of those things. I want to keep, sending praise and encouragement that way. At the same time, I also want to take a look at the areas that we can get better in. And again, I lean on the board for that direction. Okay. And I lean on my admin team, for that direction and those folks. But I feel like, if we're going to build trust and collaboration in this district, it's about really looking at everything at all times. I feel like an advantage, about being the interim superintendent is I came in with clear lens this year. Okay, I came in, I have enough experience, I've been around the block, I know what to look for, I know what it looks like, and I know we can get better. Okay, these are great, but there's areas where we can get better. I feel like that's been a huge advantage. And again, we're off to 8 months into this. Things have started. I think that's a clear advantage there. We're doing things that we haven't done here at East Grand Forks in the past. And again, you talk about me coming in and creating some change and things like that. It's happening. We're meeting with the union. Okay. I have good relationships with, I would like to say, all of our groups. I think that's really positive. We don't always agree on everything, but you know what? I think we walk out of those meetings, on the same page. Good communication with those folks. Some of those conversations aren't easy to have. I've never backed down from them once. Okay. I want to listen. I want to put the time in. I want to make sure we get it right. I've heard from people in our district that they appreciate that we're doing those things. It's something that I remember showing up in the survey, that they wanted to cross those lines and they wanted to develop a culture of trust. They wanted to work with admin. They didn't want us to be us versus them. They wanted it to be us. And so I think that I've answered the bell there. I think I've said, I'm willing to do that. Not always comfortable. Okay. Because, we're all vulnerable in those conversations, but I think it's really important. I think that I've worked really well with my district office staff. I think they've worked really great with me. And again, I talked about the board earlier, some of the other collaborative units that we're working with. But I think that, you talk about, those opportunities that exist, for an interim superintendent, they're there. And I think that I certainly have left some things on the table. You look back, oh, yeah, 8 months into it, I don't think there's a whole lot that we haven't addressed. I don't think I've ever walked away from anything that, you know, and said, nah, I'm only here for a year. I think I've came in every day and buckled up, ready to go. So I think that's what we've done. And I think there's been a positive, it's a positive direction that we're heading.
How do you handle a conflict between parents and building principals over school rules?
Yeah, you know, that's, it happens. And again, it comes down to that communication piece with your principals, your assistant principals, and then myself. I can tell you one thing I don't do is I don't take one side or the other right off the bat. I think I've learned that. I think you have to get the information. So I like to gather the information from both sides. And really what I do is I don't necessarily handle it, but what I give is direction and advice to my staff on how I think that they should go about that. Certainly there's some give and take there. You know, I want them to not only follow my direction, but I certainly want them to be comfortable with it. And so I think there's that. You know, I think that I always say any feedback is good feedback. Well, some of the feedback that you get from families and parents isn't always positive, right? They're not calling most times to tell you how great a job you're doing, right? Don't get me wrong, that happens too. But usually when you get that phone call or administrator gets a phone call, it's usually because maybe there's something that maybe they're concerned about. So I think it's important for me as a superintendent to work with the administration to make sure that we have the facts on the table and that we have a good outcome for everybody on the other side of it. But again, you have to be deliberate on that. You have to be making sure that you're not missing things. So I think that we do a good job of that. That's happened a number of times this year. I cannot think of one that ended badly. I really can't. And I think that's a testament to the way that my administration team and I have handled those situations. Good communication, collaboration, working together, making sure that all parties are communicated with and responded to in a timely fashion. So I feel good about that.
What questions would you like to ask them?
Yeah, thank you. And I got here about 8 minutes.
Yep.
Okay. So a good way to end. I guess my number one question for the board is one of the things that is going to be a challenge for us is enrollment moving forward. And I think that, you know, I think we've kind of met our capacity, you know, and I'm trying to figure out why that is, because we have a wonderful school here. We really do. And I want everybody to come here, right? But it seems like we're limited with a few things. It seems like we're limited with housing, and maybe some of that, you know, economic development, you know. So I know that I've had conversations, very preliminary with the city and our mayor and things like that. I'm just kind of wondering from a school board perspective, have we had conversations about, you know, how we can work together on that? And what role would you see the superintendent having, whether it's me or somebody else, in trying to create conversation that could promote a win-win opportunity for the city and the school?
Sure. Does any school board members want to take that, or I certainly can? You want, okay. I know there have been preliminary conversations with the city, maybe off the cuff, to be honest, conversations regarding economic development, housing and the things like that. We agree that is very important. We would like to have a better partnership with the city, and we need to strive towards that. Does anybody else have anything to add? Yep.
Good. I feel really good about my relationship with the city, and I would love to be part of those conversations. I really think it's a must that we have those.
Agreed.
Yeah. Second question. You know, I feel like I'm a leader that can bring things to another level. That's always been my thing. How do we take where we're at and how do we go to that next level? And really, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, whatever it is, I can't fathom not looking back and saying we've ascended each year. That's just how I work. As a school board, can you talk a little bit about what you see as that next level? What are some examples of what you all would like to see with your superintendent and us really taking that next level of ascension here at East Grand Forks.
Any members wanna go in on that? Okay. I can certainly talk about it. I'll give my opinion. One of the things that I think would bring us to the next level is continuing our academy. It's pretty in the infancy stages, I would say, and we need to continue with that. We're doing a really good job with it. I think there's some technology gaps. I would like to see that improve as well. There's some curriculum gaps. We haven't had a plan in curriculum since before COVID, as you noted. So that is one of the things that I wanted to be on the board for personally, is to make sure that we're using the right curriculum and gaining strength that way, as far as our students go and doing right by our students. I think we're dealing with some repercussions from COVID and maybe other things as far as behaviors go in the school. I don't think we can ascend unless we address that as well. So those are the four that come off the top of my head. If anybody else would.
But yeah, I got one,
Sure.
just to piggyback back off. I think finding a place for a preschool,
Mhm.
as far as getting those kids in one spot, I think would really help. And I think that could be something that we have a really good preschool program. That's something that can really promote families to come here and just start that way.
Any other board member comments?
No, everything was.
Well, I just want to thank you again, okay? I appreciate it. And hopefully I've answered your questions. I'll leave them here. And yeah, we're just really excited about the opportunity and looking forward to see where we go one way or the other.
Thank you. And we thank you for being with us today. And we'll be in contact after we deliberate later this afternoon.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. Good luck.
Thank you,
Thank
Ryan. And for the board members, our next interview starts at 9:45, so we'll take a few moments to refresh ourselves. Thank you.
So I have line. Oh, should I just say?
Well, I don't know. I think he's just telling you and giving it back.
Do you want our,
Yeah.
do you need these, Lee? Do you need these?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that they.
Can you mark him?
That's
Should I ask you? Did he did? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah. I thought about that. I did not do that, but I thought.
I think I had two of them.
I can't write it.
I'll leave it like that.
I'm not sure.
It does make a difference.
I think we just.
Yeah, we should have probably talked about that at the beginning.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But I had some of those too.
I thought about it, like.
Fancy handwriting.
Where are the pictures? Eric, yeah. So I've got a useful name that lives right behind me. Oh, is that right? Tim's way? Oh, yeah. Yeah, family, same thing?
Yeah. This is.
Okay. Yep, basketball coach? Yep. Nice, get on the board, be a basketball coach. Good idea. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Lindsay?
Amanda.
Okay.
I think,
Okay, never know.
Or no. So Dr. Wheeler, there's a mic in front of you that you'll need to hit the button for a second and it'll, well, a little longer than a second. Maybe. There we go.
Oh, I hope I didn't turn it
Well,
off.
it's our trick microphone.
Okay,
So welcome to East Grand Forks Schools.
thank you.
We appreciate you being here to meet with us and becoming our school district's next superintendent. We'll be interviewing 3 candidates today. You're the second of 3. All candidates will be notified as soon as the school board finishes our deliberations this afternoon.
Okay.
The board members will take turns asking questions of you. We'll be taking notes to assist in our deliberations. It's not meant to be disrespectful with no eye contact.
Don't worry.
We'll be listening carefully.
Yep.
We have allocated an hour for this interview.
Okay.
The last question will be whether you have questions for us. And provided there's still time left on the clock.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll keep you notified of the time remaining as the interview goes on if necessary.
Okay.
We've provided a copy of interview questions for you. There are 15 questions. And if you are ready, we'll begin.
Let's do it.
All right. So tell us about yourself and why you are interested in becoming the East Grand Forks superintendent.
Well, to tell you about myself. So let's just start with my administrative background and my education background. Graduated from college in 1988 from Mayville State. Spent 3 years in Fertile, Minnesota as a substitute teacher and girls basketball coach, baseball coach, assistant track, volleyball. Got into everything because I was subbing, and my wife and I had been married for a few years, and better than starving to death, I subbed and did what I could. Left Fertile in 92, went to UND, worked a little bit as a grad assistant in the women's basketball program. Coaching has always been how I would define myself. I had people in my life when I was growing up. I had teachers and coaches who were just a major influence in my life. And I wanted to be that same kind of person when I became an adult. And what you find out when you go to college is if you want to be a coach, you got to get a teaching degree. And so that's what I did. But I chased coaching as a profession until 2001. In 2001, I finished my 4th year as the head men's coach at Lake Region Community College in Devils Lake. And my oldest daughter was an 8th grader. Actually, my last year, she was a freshman. Carol got a job in Grand Forks, and we moved the family to Grand Forks in 2000. And I stayed back in Devils Lake and kept coaching because there wasn't work for me around here. And so I lived in the dorms 3 nights a week and worked at the bowling alley on nights when I was off, whatever. But she was a freshman at Red River, and it was just time for me to make that decision about, am I going to keep chasing coaching and uprooting my family again, or are we going to settle down? I'll get back into K-12 education. Coaching's coaching, whether you're at a junior college or whether you're at a high school. Like, I love coaching. I love teaching the game. So that's what we did. And I got fortunate enough to have a job at Larimore Public School. And I coached and taught there from 2000 to 2007. Got my master's degree in ed leadership in 2004. And in the spring of 2007, I was named high school principal at Larimore. And so that's when the administration path started for me. I was high school principal there for 7 years. While I was a high school principal, I fell in love with the concepts of elementary school. The strategies, the teaching practices, how things were done in elementary school. And I became very curious about how we implement that in the high school setting. And found out that was a lot of work. As a former high school teacher, I get it, but taking small group instruction that you see in an elementary classroom all the time and convincing high school teachers that that's what we should be doing a little more of was just a tricky thing to see. So elementary principal job opened in Thompson in spring of 2014. And I applied, and I had just been named North Dakota High School Principal of the Year. So I think that probably helped me be taken seriously as I wanted to transition to elementary. But I felt like for me as a professional, as an administrator, getting myself into an elementary setting and watching elementary teachers teach every single day was important to me. Stayed there for 6 years. For some reason, decided to go back to school and got into a doctoral cohort at UND in 2018. I think it was just boredom a little bit, sitting around the house. My kids are all gone now. And once I got into that doctoral program, I knew that there probably needed to be one more career change, and that was to become a superintendent. And so COVID hit in March of 2020. In April of 2020, I applied at Manville Public School for the superintendent position and was offered the job and took it. And so currently, superintendent in Manville's finishing my 4th year. K-8 district, no high school, no homecoming, no prom, no varsity sports, no parents trying to get coaches fired, all of those things. But it's a beautiful building. 175 students, not including our pre-K. And so, yeah, that's where I am today.
Tell us about a time when you made an unpopular decision and describe that situation and how you handled any resulting criticism.
So I had a parent at Thompson. I had a parent and a 5th grade teacher who had a conflict over a child. And 2 grade levels behind, the teacher had a child, the family had triplets. And because of the conflict that had been created, it really, in a town, even a town the size of Thompson, and it would be the same thing, I think, in a town the size of East Grand Forks. But that conflict didn't just exist in 5th grade. It existed between the families. And so I made the decision when those children were going to the next grade level that we had the ability to split with 2 sections, and I was going to put the triplets in one side and put the teacher's child in another one. The parent of the triplets didn't want that to happen. My concern was just trying to alleviate the tension that existed between the families. That was my goal. I think she believed that I was taking sides with the teacher, which I didn't mean. That was not my intent. This was about making sure that we don't have continuing issues as these families go on through the district. The resolution came based on the IEPs of the 3 children. And when special ed intervened and said, part of what we have going on with these 3 kids is that we need to separate the triplets. One was a little bit bossy and doing all the work and telling the other 2 kids how to do it. And so I've never argued with special education in my career as a teacher or as an administrator. Those people are professionals and they know what's best for the kids that they serve. And so that was the end of it. Again, I didn't make the decision. I made the decision trying to alleviate or potentially alleviate any concerns that would exist between the families. But when special ed made the call and it worked out, that's what we did, and it worked out just fine the following year.
If we visited with your staff, what would they say is your most obvious strength and most obvious weakness?
I don't know if it's a strength or not, but I will do whatever I have to do in my building to make sure that our building runs as normally as possible. I have substitute taught. I've got my bus license now. We lost a custodian in October of 2022, and I swept the floors and learned how to run the scrubber until April of 23, when we were able to find somebody else to take the job. And I still continue to do it on the days when something comes up and she can't be there. There's nothing that I won't do. I won't. That could also be my weakness, by the way. Like, just saying, like, that could be my weakness. Man, I think maybe part of what they would see as my weakness is, so many. What could I pick from? I mean, it's such a small school, you know, like here we go. I think if you talk to the people that were on the negotiation team or on our local education association, keeping them up to date with what happens at board meetings. When I introduce policy changes or things like that, that directly impact teachers or that they believe will impact teachers and staff, I think they would say he could do a better job of giving us a heads up before that stuff comes down the road and happens, which is totally fair. I've done that before, so.
What are some examples of significant changes you instituted in your past organizations?
We can start at Larimore. Our test scores, our reading scores weren't very good. This was still in a time when No Child Left Behind was the legislation that was federally going on for state assessment. And if your scores weren't very good, you could get dinged, or there could be some penalties that went along with not having your test scores up to speed. So we introduced 2 days a week silent reading for 30 minutes for grades 7 through 12. And my kids looked at me, they thought I was nuts. But we broke the kids down by grade level, and teachers took them at the end of the lunch period and the recess period. And twice a week, they would go to their classroom. They had to have something to read. We didn't care what it was. All right. Like, if you brought a magazine, a Sports Illustrated, or anything, we didn't care. We just wanted you to sit down for half an hour and read quietly, but pick what you wanted it to be. For the first 3 months, it was a lot of work. Like, it was me chasing kids around and finding magazines for them, or let's go to the library, let's get you a book, let's go, what are we going to do here? This is going to be the thing. Like, it's not going away anytime soon. So let's get it figured out. By the end of the year, it went fine. And the second year, it went even better. I think we saw more and more the kids kind of appreciated that half hour of just downtime where they could find a book and they could just do what they wanted to do. Like, technically, you didn't have to be reading. There was no quizzes or anything. So if you just had your eyes down on the page and made us think you were reading, you were winning. So, and then at Thompson, my third year, I was there 6. So my third year, we introduced standards-based grading and teaching in the elementary school, K through 6. Changed our report card, wrote learning goals and proficiency scales for all the standards and everything we taught. Learned how to write assessments, learned how to define what proficiency looked like. Organized grade level. So I don't want to call them PLCs because PLCs take on a data piece that is not totally accurate, but we had grade level collaboration. Every quarter, they got half a day where I'd bring subs in for the whole week. And so kindergarten would go in the AM, first grade would go in the PM, and my subs would just move. And they would get a half a day every quarter where they could sit down with their grade level teams and just talk about where they were with the proficiency scales, where they were with assessment for standards-based grading, talked about assessment. What did it look like? How are you assessing a learning goal in kindergarten versus how was the other kindergarten teacher? I would set the agenda for them and I would get the subs and I would sneak in there for as long as they wanted me to be in there and work with them on all of those things and help answer questions. And I was fortunate enough when I came to Manville, they already had those collab groups in place. Again, smaller district, right? So our pre-K through second grade is a collab. They meet weekly. Our third grade through fifth grade is a collab group. They meet weekly. And then our middle school meets weekly. And our middle school includes our Phi Ed teacher and our music teacher, but you could be more flexible with that if you wanted to be too. So yeah, I think continuing that practice and having our teachers be responsible for getting together and talking about school and whether it's learning, whether it's behaviors, any of those things I think are super important. And there used to be a time where teachers went to school and locked their doors and taught on their own. And like, that's not who we are anymore. And I think they like the time. I really do. Yep.
Give us a couple of examples of difficult leadership situations you faced in the past and how you handled them.
I've had a parent accuse a teacher of putting his hands on their child. We went through the proper channels with video, with law enforcement, with the state's attorney, with the SPB. Charges were never filed, but the recommendation that came from the state's attorney that he wanted to see us get done so that charges wouldn't be filed. We did all of that. We worked with the SPB to make sure they were comfortable with what was going on. That got handled amicably. Everybody seemed to be okay with it. At the high school level, you see a lot of different things. I had a student bring a beer can from their car and put it in another student's locker. And then go to the office and say so-and-so had beer in their locker after they put it in their locker. Apparently they weren't aware of the camera system that we had. So we dealt with that. We didn't use law enforcement. We did just your regular out of school suspension as it was in our policy manual at the time. Having it on campus was a violation. Bringing it into the building was a violation. So we dealt with that. And there's a variety of things. I've had physical altercations between kids in the building where we've done out of school suspensions. It's never risen to the level of assault, but I have filled out the paperwork for the state's attorney, for the county attorney to let them look at it and make the decision. I had a sixth grader who created a fake Instagram account of another sixth grader and started producing just ridiculous material on this account. And so I attempted to file bullying charges with the state's attorney on that one. And the state's attorney decided not to file charges. But yeah, I've seen most of it. And when it reaches a level where I feel like law enforcement needs to be involved, I don't hesitate to do it. So I like to settle most of it in the building if I can. 99% of what we see in schools, you can do it within the building. But there's going to be the occasion where you do need law enforcement to be involved and fix it.
Sorry about that. All right.
Don't worry about it.
How do you delegate authority to others and provide accountability?
So I'm not very good at delegating authority. That would probably be a weakness. Go back up to question. Delegating authority. I'm very blessed right now. We hired a new elementary teacher last year. And she has done just a phenomenal job of taking on more of the discipline with kids than I've had to this year. She's also, she has a great background in special education. And so she's taken on a lot of the IEP meetings. She's done a ton of work in the collabs and in our MTSS program with the reading program that we've instituted. Helping teachers understand the why of the reading strategist, the interventions, the different curriculum, all of those things. So I don't know that it's so much delegation as she just gets it, and I'm just going to let her run with it because she's good at it, and I don't want to get in the way. I work really hard in the district that I'm currently in with my plant manager to give him the discrepancy when he thinks we need. One of the questions that we're currently working on is for this summer, what are the things we need to do in the building? What are the upgrades that we need to make? But I want him to own that. You know, come back to me with a list of what do you think? A big one for us is our bus barn, and we insulated it 2 summers ago. Now should we heat it? If you want heat in the bus barn, go get me some bids and let's see what it's going to cost us. Any of the stuff that we do in our building for upgrades, as far as the purchase of, we're just about at the end of recarpeting all of our classrooms. So in my building, that's like 4 a year, and after 3 years, we've got them all done. But having a plan where we get them all upgraded over a 3 or 4 year period so that everybody feels like their room is having attention paid to it and we're getting that part done. That's another thing for Jim and I to work on, where you go get the carpet bids, let's figure out where we're going to pay for it from, and let's go from there. With my business manager, Carla is absolutely my right-hand person in that district. And so when we're talking about starting the process of getting our budget organized for next year, taking a look at what our per pupil payment will be next year, what our enrollment's going to be, having a general idea of what a big part of our revenue is going to be. Our state aid is the biggest part of our revenue for sure. When it came negotiations in a district my size, I get to sit in on negotiations. I absolutely love my school board, but in a small community where they're all working in Grand Forks or they're working in other places, sometimes it's tricky for them to all be super engaged in the process of budget, finance, and negotiations. So I get to sit in with the board president and the business manager. And I have found that in both sessions that I've gotten to be a part of, because we negotiate every 2 years, I take a little bit more control than the board president does. They're fine with it. They let me run with it, but I do have Carla right next to me in the office. And so we have a very good plan of like pay raises and things like that. What can we do for them over the next 2 years, and project in new revenue and things like that. So yeah, the delegation's maybe that's not really the word, but I just trust those people, you know, and building trust with the people that you work with on a regular basis is super important. I want the parents in the community to trust me. I want the teachers to trust me. I want my administrators to trust me. I want everybody. And so making relationships with those people and having those conversations on a regular basis. I think that's kind of who I am, so.
What is your impression of the role the school board plays in leading the district? And what is the role of the superintendent?
So the school board's gonna have the final decision on recommendations that I make to them, whether it's policy or hiring or any of those things. We are currently, I'll just give you an example in our district. So we're trying to modify our open enrollment policy. In the state of North Dakota, the law is that you have to have your open enrollment application in by the end of February, and at the March board meeting is when we can accept all the open enrollments. And I don't know if that's different in Minnesota or how it is. 75% of the schools in the state of North Dakota ignore that March deadline, and they'll just take open enrollments year round. In our setting, we can't do that. We're one section of every classroom, and there has to be a limit to when you take kids. So we use that March board meeting. Our next board meeting is next Monday. If anybody doesn't have an open enrollment app in at that meeting, then they're not going to get our district for next fall. Preschool is different. We'll take the preschool ones because there's no foundation aid tied to that anyway. We're about plus 24, 25 in open enrollment versus who's leaving. My kindergarten is currently 21 students. My first grade is currently 24. In that first grade, we have 5 open enrolled kids. We also have 5 kids in that same grade level who have open enrolled out. So we could have had a logistical nightmare in our district had those kids not open enrolled out. We'd have 29 kids in our first grade, and that's not doable. The idea of creating a second section in our building right now is not very doable either. When we added the reading strategist and really created an MTSS program for reading for this year, the conversation we had as a staff was, when we do this, when we make this move, we really do become a one section building for everything. So since November, we have had the conversation as a board and as a superintendent about setting grade level caps in our district for open enrollment. The state of North Dakota, the policy and the legislature are it's really hard to deny open enrollment in North Dakota. Like, they make it so that in North Dakota, it's a part of school choice. Open enrollment is a part of school choice. They don't give us our mileage for driving in other districts to pick kids up anymore, but they still want us to go get other kids. So that's my snarky moment for the day. So we have had a conversation about just paying attention to how do we regulate our class sizes and be mindful of the fact that open enrollment can make it overwhelming for our staff, or can create a situation where we have the main building, we have 2 portables. The one portable is designated for preschool. The other portable is a little bit of like, do with it what we can, middle school, our after school program, things like that. If we had to create a second section, we would have to go to that portable for that second section. It's less than ideal as a classroom all day long for a grade level of kindergarten through 2nd grade. So we have had the conversation. I have given them enrollment caps for each grade level that we will either approve or not approve at the board meeting next Monday. K through 2, we want to cap it at 22, 3 through 5 at 24, and then our middle school at 26, which I don't think we'll ever get there. One of the conversations has been over the last couple months, well, if you cap it at 22 and we have people move in and go to 24 or 5, you're still going to have to create a separate section. Yes. However, we're creating a separate section with people living in our district. That's a fundamental piece of what we're doing. I understand that. I acknowledge that. So, I mean, we'll see what happens, but at the end of the day, I make the recommendation. And we have had conversations about it for 3 months now. I've shared the open enrollment data coming in versus going out. I've shared what other districts are doing. If they don't like those numbers and they want to recommend that I tweak them, I'll do that for them. I'm not going to take it personally if my recommendation gets shot down. I'm just not. I've done my homework on it. I believe we need to protect those grade levels. I believe we need to protect in a day and age where it's hard to find teachers sometimes, the idea of having to add a second section now be tricky. And then what? So, yeah, I mean, that's the conversation, and they make the final call. And I'm totally fine with whatever the final call becomes. I don't think taking it personally can be part of the conversation. I love the fact that in your stuff, you have so many different committees where there's going to be engagement between superintendent and members of the board regularly because of all the committees that you have. We don't have a lot of committees at Manville, but part of the reason that this job interests me is that idea that there's more input from the board with all the committee work and things like that go on. Like I don't get to be a part of that currently, and that excites me. Yep.
What would be your reaction if the school board opposes something which you thought was sound?
Mhm.
And what if the school board proposes something which you think is unsound or inappropriate?
Yeah. Healthy conversation, right? Healthy conversation. My job as a superintendent is to do the research, find the data that supports my side. I would anticipate as a school board, that's what you guys would do as well. And at the end of the day, you're going to decide what you want to decide. But I'm certainly open to having an adult conversation about what I think is best versus what you guys think is best. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with healthy conversation and healthy debate between adults, especially when we're talking about school district and our children. I think I saw you about 1,900 kids, K through 12. Everything that we decide, everything that we talk about, having the best interest of the kids at heart. And if it's not best for kids, that might be my argument against not doing it. Yep.
You have about 30 minutes left.
Really?
Ooh,
Holy.
and you're
cow.
halfway through, more than halfway through.
Oh, well then good.
What are some of the techniques you would recommend the school district use to cut the budget if that becomes necessary? Share examples of what you have done or what that might look like.
Never had to cut a budget. Never had to cut a budget. In Manville, we have revenue of, this year, because all of our ESSER money will be spent. So between state, local, we'll probably be at about 3.8 million. Last year, our expenditures were right around 3.6. So we've been very fortunate. Part of where revenue was saved for us, because I don't want to make it sound like like I'm a genius with the budget. You can just ask my wife down in the science room if you want to get that confirmed. Last year we hired 4 new teachers and a new administrator, a new principal. 3 of those teachers were in their first or second year of teaching. That automatically created less expenditures for us on a salary line, which in education, your salary line and your benefits are a large portion of what you do. That's where a large portion of your expenditures come. So when you talk about revenue versus expenditures, keeping that expenditure line below the revenue at the beginning of the year is number 1 priority. It doesn't mean you're not going to deficit spend, because things happen. Um, I think the worksheet that I saw through the School Board Association, like you did deficit spend by just a little bit. It wasn't a terrible number, I don't think. But people get hired along the way that you're not anticipating. People leave during the middle of the year that you're not anticipating. So it's kind of a moving target. We have worked really hard in our district to make the pay for our paraprofessionals, our non-certified staff, paraprofessionals, bus drivers, our cook, our custodian, more competitive. Next year, we will start every para will make $15 an hour or more in our district. Our bus drivers are going to make $45 to $47 a route, up from 40. Because we need to value those people and we need to keep them. I mean, I got my bus driving license because I had to, not necessarily because I wanted to. And just this year, the month of January, I drove 37 times. Because we have an older gentleman who decided to go to Florida for the month of January and hang out, and I'm not going to argue with that part for him. I'm semi-jealous, but that's what you do then. You jump in and you drive bus. And so a year and a half ago, I got my bus license, and we run a migrant school in the summer, which is a title grant. 34 days of migrant students from Hillsborough to Alvarado, out towards Larimore, and everywhere in between. We average about 85 to 90 kids a day in our building. We run 4 routes. I drove bus twice a day, all summer long. I had the Oslo Alvarado run, then we added RDOC to it the last couple of weeks, but that's just what you do. And so taking care of those people is important. You cannot take care of them to a place where you're deficit spending. And so are there other ways that you can value your staff and the hires without deficit spending? Again, never had to deal with it, but I understand that we can't spend more than we're taking in. That has to be the goal.
How would you suggest the school handle long-range financial planning? And can you please give us details or examples?
So in Manville, we work on a 3-year plan where we try to stay in touch with enrollment, and your revenue is tied to your enrollment. You know, that's just the way it is. Next year in North Dakota, I will get a little over $11,000 per pupil in our district. That's a large percentage of our money. That's 2/3 of our money is coming from the state. So making sure that we can plan ahead and have an idea of the numbers that we have in pre-K right now and who's going to kindergarten and who's not. We got 2 daycares in town. Knowing the ages of the kids in the daycare and when they're coming to pre-K or if they're coming. We'll do a kindergarten readiness piece here in the spring in March, and we'll get a really good idea of what our kindergarten enrollment will be. Our 8th grade that's leaving is 13 kids. Our kindergarten coming in next year could be 21. Right away, we know revenue-wise, that's a win for us. Our staffing is pretty well fixed. We've had trouble finding paras the last couple of years. This year, it's been a lot better for us. We've had more people apply for para positions. We currently have a special ed enrollment of about 33 kids. 3 of those kids are 1-to-1. In the preschool, we're going to add another 1-to-1 in April when the little guy turns 3. So we're currently at 9.5 paras in our district. And we need them. In our 8th grade, we have nobody on IEPs, no special ed kids. So that special ed number will grow a little bit for next year. And so just being in touch with all of those things and knowing the enrollment, which again, in the district that I'm currently in, I can walk down the hall and talk to special ed and talk to my pre-K lady any day of the week, anytime I want. In this district, my ability to get to every building and be a face there and be in touch with administration and talk to those people so that we have a really solid idea what our enrollment looks like. That's part of the job. That's another part of the job that excites me, right? Like working with 4 different administrators. 4 buildings sounds like an overwhelming task, but when the one building's K2 and the other building's 3-5, less overwhelming. And I'm guessing if I'm ever having a day where I don't like my life, I'm just going to the K2 building to hang out for a couple hours because it's got to be the funnest building in the world. So, yep. And you have the pre-K there too. So, yep.
How would you describe your understanding of school district finances? What experiences have you had with finance?
So for 4 years, this is my 4th year of helping establish the budget. I would say on a scale of 1 to 5, I'm closer to a 4 with school finance than a 3. I'm not a 5 because federal money is a moving target every year. Our property tax revenue goes up by between 2 and 3% every year. So as I set the budget for next year, knowing in advance what our enrollment's probably going to be, figuring 3% increase in property tax revenue. I feel like I'm going to be pretty good at it this year and be pretty accurate. Last year was the first year that we were on the funding formula for North Dakota. So that was different. Not to bore you with North Dakota funding, but we were a transition maximum school for about 10 years. When the legislature really got involved in North Dakota in taking more control of school finance in 2012-13, they froze a lot of the smaller districts in the state at the funding formula that existed at that time. And in order to do that, they had to find other districts in the state where they could withhold money from to get it to those smaller districts. Well, nobody knows how it happened, but a district with 175 students in it became a transition maximum school and had money withheld. So in 2020, what's this, 2024? So in 2022, we had $90,000 of state aid withheld from us to disperse to other districts that were called transition minimum districts. So last year was the first year that was no longer in place and we were fully funded. And so that created about $90,000 in new revenue for us that we hadn't had the previous years. It was very cool. This year, having a little bit better understanding of the weighting factors based on our enrollment and stuff like that, I feel like I'm going to be much closer to accurate with our formula and our budget than I probably was prior to that, because you never really knew how they were deciding how much money to withhold from you. Like I probably could have asked somebody, but it would have just confused me. So, yep.
How would you motivate the teaching, administrative, and support staff to achieve new levels of excellence in education for all students?
Snuck the vision statement in there. That was good. So I love the word excellence in your vision statement. I think that's something we should all strive for, is excellence in public education. The question for me is always, how do we define it? You know, what's excellent for me versus what's excellent for you might not be the same thing. And what we see in public education with kids who come at us from a variety of different places in their life. What is excellence? For the little guy who's living with a single parent, and that single parent's working multiple jobs, and maybe grandma's raising them for most of the day or most of the evening. Excellence is getting to school every single day. For my child who was lucky enough to be raised in a two-parent home where we were both educators, the expectation was when you came home, you did school. You know, you sat down at the table. If there was math that you needed help with, Carol was there. If there was science you needed help with, Carol was there. Nobody ever needed help with social studies, so I was good. But my children had a huge advantage going to school every day. And we set the bar of excellence by our standards as a family, where Carol has 2 degrees. By that time, I had 2 degrees. Like, we do school. We just do school. So excellence is a fabulous word. How we define it can be tricky. Motivating people, making people excited about where they are, who they are, and what they're doing is a lot to me. Like, that goes back to who I was as a coach, right? Like, how do I make every child on the team, whether they play 25 minutes a night or 10 minutes a night or don't play, how do I make them excited to come to practice every day and work as hard as they can? I can do that with adults. I firmly believe I can do that with adults. But how do you do it? You visit with them. You talk to them. You're in their buildings. They see you. Again, I don't know anything about anybody that's ever been your superintendent. I know who I am. And I will be in buildings and I will be talking to administrators and I will be talking to staff and figuring out ways for them to find the good in every single day that they work, which is a conversation we had with our staff in February. We've had a couple families move into our district this year with some tough kids. And it's really easy in a district our size for a tough kid in 1st grade to become the story through 8th grade. It's just who we are. Okay. We're small. And so one of my favorite books that I've ever read is, oh man, it's about the meaning. It's Man's Search for Meaning, which German psychiatrist Viktor Frankl, spent 3 years in a concentration camp during World War II. And he wrote this book on man's search for meaning after he got out. And it was all about what kept them alive in that concentration camp. How did people stay alive? And it was all about hope. And it was all about the conversations that they had as a group that kept them inspired. You know, whether it was that you had family on the outside and you wanted to see your family, all of those different things. And so at our February meeting, I took a quote from Frankl in that book and I shared it with the staff. And like, my kindergarten teacher was like, only you could take a concentration camp quote and relate it to public education. And I'm like, no, that's what I do. But that's what it is. Like, you can't leave the building every day thinking about 1 or 2 kids who made your day tough. You have to think about the 17 or 18 who made your day fun. And my wife and I at home, like, you got about 2 minutes to talk about the negative, and let's find something good. And that's what you do. And so having those conversations with teachers and all of that, like, to me, that's in my wheelhouse. That's who I am. That's who I hope someday when I'm done working in education, I hope that's how they define me, as somebody that wants to motivate and inspire people to be great at what they do. Yep.
You have 15 minutes left, 3 questions.
Almost 5 minutes per question.
Yes. How would you build trust and collaboration within the school district?
Exact same way. You're going to see my face in the buildings. I'm going to be a part of your staff meetings when I can. I don't want to be a part of every staff meeting because that's a principal's job, is to lead their staff meetings. But I definitely want to be there. If there's questions that people have for me, if there's a time where an administrator wants me to help them with something in there, like, that's who I want to be. It's no secret that I have a lot of experience. Okay. Like, I'm not 35 years old anymore, not even 55 years old anymore. I've been doing this for a long time. I understand the concerns and the issues and the negativity that can filter in on a regular basis. And being proactive and working to eliminate that as much as possible is something that I try to do. It's just something, it's just who I am. I try very hard not to spend very much time on the negative side of school, life, work, anything like that. It's just not who I am.
How do you handle a conflict between parents and building principal? School rules.
Rules are rules. But rules have secondary and pieces to them that can be interpreted differently. So how do I handle it? First thing you do is you let the building administrator deal with the process. Your building administrator establishes rules and protocols. If it becomes a policy piece, obviously I can have a little more input when this is something that's in policy, and I can take it off the administrator's hands and go, look, here's policy. Like, you follow policy first. But for the most part, unless an administrator comes to me, I'm going to let them deal with it. If a parent tries to go over that administrator's head and come to me, like, that, there's a chain of command, and that's not how it goes. So I'm going to have the back of administration as much as I can. And again, if there is something that they misread in policy or misinterpret, I'll help them with that.
Last question.
Okay.
What questions would you like to ask the board?
Forgot that one of the questions was me asking questions. I think it's a super open-ended question, and I don't know that you can answer it, but what do you want from your superintendent? What do you want your superintendent to be? Who do you want your superintendent? Not who, don't say who. Don't answer who. But what do you want your superintendent to be?
Sure.
So what we've done, what we looked at as a board, and then we did actually surveys within the community, got feedback
Yeah.
from all stakeholders involved.
Yeah.
But what we're really looking for, and part of that was advertised in the pamphlet that you applied. But
Mhm.
a real big focus is we want somebody that acts with honesty, integrity, ethical.
Yep.
Collaborating with with everybody within the district.
Yep.
But also everybody within the community. So internal and external stakeholders.
Absolutely.
A visionary, creative thinker, being able to think outside of the box, being able to delegate that authority.
Yep.
But also to being able to hold individuals accountable if need be.
Yep.
Work cooperatively with the school board, options, recommendations, being able to sit down with us.
Yeah.
You really, you mentioned committees. We have quite a few committees, and
Yep.
that's what we look for, though, in a superintendent that's able to sit down with those committees, provide us feedback.
Mhm.
So if we ask that we need some research, done,
Absolutely.
we ask for that to be done, to be able to give us, sound data to make decisions.
So in your calendar, you meet as a whole once a month, but then you have another Monday in your calendar, which I'm guessing is designated for one committee or a couple committees to get together, or not really?
No, committee meetings are separate.
They are,
Yep,
okay,
But the second meeting a month is as needed.
as needed.
Yep.
Okay, okay.
And then really the last is to have experience with school district management
Yep.
practices.
Yep.
Being able to lead a large team.
Yep.
A team from, again, pre-K all the
Yeah.
way to 12.
12th grade, yep. I mean, and yeah, and I mean, for me, the experience that I have at a variety of levels as a principal is a plus for me. I totally understand somebody looking at the guy who's coming from a district with 175 kids, and maybe being hesitant about taking on the task of 1,900 kids in 4 buildings. I totally get that. That part doesn't scare me. I would hope that one of the things that people say about me who know me is he's never been afraid to challenge himself. I was a high school basketball coach in Lakota, North Dakota, and I applied for the job at Lake Region State College to be a college basketball coach. And when they offered it, after 5 people turned it down and they offered it to me, I took it because I wasn't afraid to try. And I learned so much in those 4 years about teaching basketball and coaching the game and recruiting that I didn't ever want to go back to it, but it made me a better high school basketball coach because what I learned in those 4 years when I went to Larimore and got back into high school coaching, I was a better basketball coach. I was a little bit more of a realist, which I think is super important. Same thing with administration. Like every place I've worked, I've learned something new. I've taken on new challenges. When I accepted the job as an elementary principal from a high school principal, like the number of high school principals that reached out to me and be like, what are you doing? Like, have you been in an elementary lunchroom lately? I'm like, no, I haven't. I'm like, well, just wait. So yeah, I'm not afraid of challenges. I'm not afraid of new things. This is obviously different for me, but I wouldn't have applied if I wasn't excited about the entire process and being considered for it, which I appreciate. I appreciate you guys giving me an opportunity to visit with you too.
Have any other questions?
No, that was a pretty good one. That was good. Yeah.
So thank you so much for coming here and taking the time to meet with us today. We've enjoyed our time together.
Yeah.
And thank you again. Thank you for your interest. We'll be in contact after the school board deliberates this afternoon.
Sure.
Finishes that up.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now you guys have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
too.
And again, we'll break. And our next interview starts at 11.
Yes, I was gonna also see about, just to get a decent headshot. Because you haven't filed that. He's trying to look at the headshot. There should be one at school. Yeah, I do, I'm okay. Yep. So I'm there. Last name. I have there's an envelope in my desk on my top drawer.
Right.
Yep. It's on my top drawer, the little drawer. There's an envelope there. All right, thanks. Bye.
Okay.
School for the year.
Sure. Okay. Public education.
Not my time. I was that same language.
So the Migrant School is about people who come from Texas and Mexico. And their families work in Macon, and they're here from through the summer. So we provide some educational opportunity for those parents to bring their children to us. There's only 2 in the state. We run one and Grafton runs one. Ours is going to be bigger than Grafton's. With the distance links that we offer. Texas, yeah. Mexico.
Yeah, it's not. Although I mean, there's stuff like.
Seasonal.
Yes. Sarah, she's from out of one day.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty. Yeah.
I guess. I get. Maybe not. Oh, that's true.
Yeah, it's a great question. So So there's actually a curriculum for the high school age kids.
Yeah.
It's called the PASS program.
Okay.
And the schools in Texas.
Yeah.
And the schools in North Dakota.
Yeah.
Use that PASS program.
Okay.
To allow the kids to collect credits.
Yeah.
Towards graduation.
Okay.
So like Grafton.
Yeah.
Will graduate. As migrant kids get to an age where graduation's in their future.
Yeah.
They can decide if they want to graduate in Texas.
Yeah.
From the school that they go to. Or they can say, hey, you know what, I want to graduate from Grafton.
Oh, yeah.
So this PASS program, the credits that they accumulate, allow them to develop after graduation. Yep. With our kindergarten through 8th grade, we do Algebra 1. We offer Algebra 1 to our younger kids. They'll basically get about half of it done in that 7 weeks. But it also allows them, let's say that they start the school year. Good sized migrant schools. They've got it, no, in North Dakota, just like north of Menlo. Okay. They do quite a bit of migrant school until they all go back in October. Okay. What's the beat versus? And then head south, to start. Yep. So they're short-term people.
Yeah.
To qualify to be a migrant student is not true. It has to be related to agricultural work. You cannot stay in the same district for 3 years consecutively.
Right.
So you can't be a.
Yeah.
So I've got a family in my district that 2 years ago they were migrant,
Yes.
but they haven't gone back to Texas now for 2 years.
All right.
So their children aren't eligible for migrant school this. So yeah, I mean, we have a lot of kids who do summer school with us, then they go to Midway. And then in October, they go to school in Texas. And then sometime in February, they'll go to Mexico. And then it's just dad follow the work. Typically when they get to Mexico, they don't go to school. Right. But then they come back, they'll be at Midway. In April.
Yeah.
And now they're back into school. Yeah, it's.
That's a.
The success rate at the high school level.
Yeah.
Is far from perfect.
Yeah. You move in schools every 3 months. That's good. It's
Far from perfect. But again, that's when the pass credits come in. The more pass credits we put in, the better chance they have. 2 years ago, we started really pushing some GED stuff with our other ones. And it hasn't taken off. I'm not really sure why. I'm really sure why it doesn't. It's a great opportunity. They're starting up to get engineering. It's the process of having to go to school 8 hours a day. And they go work. Yeah, a few of them will work. Most of them will be at. Their parents. Yeah, you know what? You should call me this summer.
Yeah.
We started, our first day is Monday, June 3rd.
Yeah.
And we go till like July 19th. This will be the first summer, so my first summer to handle. We did it on the COVID summer. Now, we've had them in the building for 3 years. So it's staying for 7 years. It's kind of cool. Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah. So, yeah. If you don't get that from Caitlin, shoot me an email and I'll get it from Caitlin. All right, thank you.
Well, driving through the range, super dark, but yeah, I know, it was ugly. Oh.
Thank you, sir.
Barnville, he's like, they're both in the, really, yeah. So we had G2, it's like, I do a quick turnaround, what you doing for asking. And I heard there's a lot going on up and down. Oh, that's the Atlas is pretty, that whole environment. We can Yeah. Well, we got it. It was in between like Dorset and here. Cause I'm being, I was for sure, and Michigan, I thought the Michigan, and I came back and like drive those. How soon would you like to go?
Thank you for coming and welcome to East Grand Forks Schools. Thank you very much. My mic on, we'll have you turn your mic on. You have to push it for a little bit before it turns green. There you go. We appreciate you being here to meet with us and, you know, interviewing about becoming our school district's next superintendent. We will be interviewing 3 candidates today and you're the third.
Okay.
All candidates will be notified as soon as the school board has finished our deliberations this afternoon. The board members will be taking turns asking questions of you. We'll be taking notes to assist in our deliberations, so don't find that disrespectful if we're not in eye contact all the time. We're listening carefully. We have allocated 1 hour to this interview,
Okay.
and the last question will be whether or not you have any questions, provided there's still time left within the hour. We will keep you notified of the time remaining as the interview goes on if necessary. And we've provided you interview questions for a copy of them, so there are 15 questions. And if you're ready to begin, we'll just jump into it.
Perfect.
Tell us about yourself and why you are interested in becoming East Grand Forks Superintendent.
Okay. Kevin Grover. I'm originally born in Hibbing, only there about a month of my life. I grew up in Park Rapids. That's where my folks are from. Went to school, lived my life there. I say I'm from Park Rapids. Of course, now I say I'm from International Falls. I've been there 26 years in January. What got myself looking, to be honest, my wife and I both work in the system. She's in finance. Just put all the cards on the table, is actually my business manager. We were together prior to me getting the job. The board obviously looked into that and how that would all work, and it's been good. But we've been declining enrollment. The district has since the mid-70s. And so it's been a long challenge, even as a teacher, you know, always year after year. And so as we've went through and kind of, you know, knowing things can change with superintendents and the positions, we've kind of went, you know, can we make it a whole career? And we think we can, but on the other hand, we're both interested in looking and being on the other hand of more of a progressive area, maybe a growing, a holding your own instead of constantly shrinking. I love the Falls. It's a great area to raise kids, no different than what I know of the Fall or East Grand Forks and other areas of Minnesota, but we're just looking to have a little different experience. And so being a little picky, to be honest, I've applied at 2 different places. I'm not looking just to I have 2 more years on a contract. Things are not bad where I'm at. Same with her. Like I say, we're in a good spot. But on the other hand, we'd like to try, we have 1 daughter. Together we have 1 daughter. She actually has a daughter from a previous marriage that actually, works in Grand Forks. We're not chasing her by any means. She's just out of college and will probably, you know, jump around. But we have a 5th grade girl and kind of when's a good time, you know, not that there's ever a good time to move, but get into high school. We're hoping to get somewhere and maybe be our last jump, you know, first and last, so to speak. So interest in Grand Forks, East Grand Forks area is, you know, it's prospering from what I see, like what we've seen when we've been here visiting. And that's why you're one of the places we've selected.
Tell us about a time you made an unpopular decision. Turn this on. Tell us about a time when you made an unpopular decision. Describe that situation and how you handled any resulting criticism.
Okay. It's been quite a few years ago. We were in a financial, situation. We had to make some tough choices, and we'd done our reductions. Got to a point where it kind of came down to we had 2 things left on the table. Preschool, we were doing a no charge, everything covered for everyone, and we also had an alternative learning center, which we'd started. I want to say 3 years prior to that to try and combat, some kids that were going online, it wasn't working for, they were dropping out. And so both programs, opposite ends of the spectrum, I mean, priceless if you ask me, but something had to be decided. And myself included in our administrative team had to make a recommendation. And our recommendation was to put a fee, not a full pay type fee, a sliding scale, but on our preschool. And I mean, to this day, there's people that are not necessarily happy but we felt it was the right thing to do. There's people like myself and then others in the community that, you know, had paid for, you know, could pay and should maybe pay a percentage. The school still supports a good chunk of it, but again, we had to make a decision, make a recommendation. And so, again, gave the data. It's not a win or lose. I respect the board, you know, for the people, it was divided. And the decision that was eventually made was to, you know, put a fee in for preschool. And unfortunately, we're still there. We had 1 year, we were right on the, we got some money from the state for the VPK. But it was just because they had carryover money. We were that close to the, we've ever since not, we still have a great program, but, like I say, wasn't overly popular, but again, I give credit to the board. They had to make a decision. They took the recommendation. I still think it was the right one. But like you say, some people are, long to forgive, if that's the right way to say it. And I mean, we still work together good, but it comes up from time to time.
If we visited with your staff, what would they say is your most obvious strength and your most obvious weakness?
Most obvious strength, I would say, is give 110%. I'm in there with them as much as possible. Obviously, as superintendent, I can't be everywhere, can't be involved in everything, but I'm part of a team. I won't ask someone to do something that I wouldn't do, so to speak. Of course, things that go along with that is the cards go on the table. They see my answers. I live by what we give. Now, have I made mistakes? Obviously have, and will, you know, admit those and put them on the table as well. But the strength is I'm going to give 110%. I'm going to say more time than anyone in the district. But I also have expectations of my staff too. And I should say our staff, that we all give it our best. We're here for kids and we do what's right. A weakness might be in the same place that, you know, I do a lot. And sometimes it's easier to do it than, you know, trust someone else to, but on the other hand, it's one of the things I've grown at as well, that, I have a great team where I'm at. And when I say team, not just my two principals, my dean, transportation, maintenance, you know, others, business office and so on. Yeah, they all do a lot and we do trust, but I also, I'm very analytical, like to have my ducks in a row, and that's sometimes tough, but I'll do more and more. And sometimes it's like, you know what, you don't have to do everything. I was chopping onions for a wellness nacho bar the other night, just because, you know what, I can do it. I can do it at home. I don't have to ask anyone, and it's, you know, it's all good, you know. So strength, give 110% and do as much as I can, do it a high quality, but on the other hand, sometimes that can be a weakness as well.
What are some examples of significant changes you instituted in your past organizations?
Okay, not necessarily in specific order. I'm just thinking of some things that we've, you know, challenges we hit. One of them, our high school is right across the field from a community college, Rainy River Community College. We've been challenged by post-secondary enrollment options, PSEO, for many years, but it has grown over time. And early in my superintendent career, we hit where we had 1 year right around 40% of our juniors and seniors taking PSEO courses, and just went, you know, I have my personal opinions that not that many are ready truly. And so how are we gonna, obviously it's a financial loss, but probably more than the financial piece is the character of the school. It's a lot of leaders that are going out, kids that are in our activities, and some of them full time. And so it's how are we gonna battle this? And so we put a college and school program together and worked on contract language to entice our staff to get that license or get credits. We didn't have a full spectrum of teachers that met the criteria to teach. And so put some language together, put some, I'm going to say carrots out there, And to be honest, it goes up and down. It's not a perfect number, but we're in the ballpark of 15 to 18%. And so it made an impact. Now, there's certain people we still argue. I have a board member that has a daughter that's full-time PSEO, and I still argue the high school is the place for them. But choice is a piece of it. And it's one of the things how to retain back students, and that's what we're still battling, you know, and so that would be one. Other, I guess, challenges, to be honest, we own a ice arena. The first year, we're one of the few districts in the state that own an ice arena, and I wouldn't recommend that, but it is what it is. And I think first year, we all of a sudden had leaking pipes, you know, in the cement or in the open area. And so I knew if we didn't find a solution, if that arena went down long term, being the quickest way to lose a job there would be in the falls. So anyway, went through a process working with the board, the community, not only to get things tested to see how bad they were. It was some x-ray technology in the slab, but then we eventually went forward the next year on doing a levy, or I should say a bond to redo the whole slab and the refrigeration system. At the same time, we renewed and increased our operating levy. Long story short, it was a good project. Wasn't something I necessarily wanted right off early in the soup career, let's put it, but it was a challenge that had to be faced. It's a great facility for us. It's somewhat a piece of our community. We have I'm going to say a rich hockey history, but yet mid-70s, whether you're familiar or not, the Falls used to graduate over 300 kids before my time, long before my time. We're in the ballpark of 80 kids in a grade now, and that's been the slow transition over time. So a lot of the community lives in the history, but again, educational athletics activities are so important for our kids. We use it for school as well, the facility, our gym classes, the community uses it for walking. There's a variety of stuff, you know, and so that was a challenge. We've had over the road transportation has been a transportation with that issue, obviously getting smaller. You know, we operate our own transportation, but we've had to modify costs. And for many years, we used to outsource our activity transportation. Did some analysis, did some work with our drivers and stuff to see what we could come up with, and have brought that back in-house. And for the most part, occasionally we run short and we will contract with someone, or with it's actually Bemidji Bus Lines. We used to have a company in town, but they sold out to them. So we do still when we need things, but most of our transportation. So that would be, you know, another piece. We've had course challenges. How do we, you know, change things? How do we meet staffing needs? And a lot of it is creativity. I don't think it's unique to any district. We're all facing challenges of staffing. I think it is worse now after COVID. And there's a lot more, I'm gonna say a lot more demand for employees. Everyone has jobs posted and willing to do what they can. So being creative with things and just throwing some, again, I don't know everything about the district. We've done some things to be creative, like with our maintenance people. We work 410s in the summer if they want to try and give them a little, you know, carrot, so to speak. Not all do it. And I shouldn't say just maintenance, our secretaries, different ones that want, we make sure we still have coverage 5 days a week in our buildings. But that was an example of kind of working together. How can we do something that would help? Doesn't work during the year for us because we have the buildings open different hours from, you know, 6 in the morning to 10 at night for the most part. So that doesn't work. We're looking at, you know, options all the time of how can we attract and retain in this day and age, not just students, but staff as well, because that is one of our biggest challenges. We don't have an endless pool of people, at least where we're located, we don't. And the market's gotten more challenging. I'm going to say when I first came to the district, like say 26 years ago, I don't remember many people walking away from a school job, you know, whether it's custodians, whether it's secretaries, you know, teachers might teach for 2, 3 years, but then they transferred somewhere else, you know, to teach again. There are people leaving jobs nowadays, you know, our boiler people, we've had a tough time because there's a demand for people with the license in our community. And a lot of the places can keep up in the pay and we haven't had that. So how can we do some things to keep you, you know, entice? It's a great work environment. It's I think decent pay, good benefits. But some of the younger employees look at things a little differently. They're not, I don't think, looking long term. So we're looking at how we can, we've gotten some to help drive. All our custodians, we have required to get a bus driving license. We pay for it just in case an emergency, but we haven't over the long haul wanted them driving because that takes them out of the district. But we have started to do a little more of that so that they can make a little more money and it be a little more attractive. So that's a few things as far as how we've been, I guess, going to say creative, some changes.
And give us a couple of examples of difficult leadership situations you've faced in the past and how you handled them.
A couple examples of difficult leadership situations. I guess one being I had a situation where I'll be honest, a current administrator and I actually vied for the same job. And, you know, prior to taking the superintendent job, she actually got a principal job at the elementary. She's currently still our principal. And I was a dean. She actually got her license under myself because I had my principal's license before and she had to do hours. And there was a group of people that thought there would be a conflict, you know, and it was nothing personal. To be honest, what happened, why I didn't get the elementary principal job, I didn't have an elementary background, but myself and another person were the two, I'm gonna say, leading candidates, and the board went 3-3 split, and they actually went 3-3 split several times. The person that I was running, or we were battling against, this other person was the third in line. We were actually down in the RTI conference when the board made the decision, staying in the same room together, listening to the board meeting, and they couldn't break the tie. And so they went with the third person. And it is what it is. You know, I mean, I don't hold a grudge. He left the district. He's from the Falls originally. I moved on, you know, meaning I had a job. Whether it was personal or not, it was what it was, but we have a great working relationship. And so I guess it's one of those things, it wasn't my decision necessarily, but it was a leadership situation that we can still lead together. And I got to where, I'm not going to say where I planned to be. I didn't go into teaching and thinking I was going to be a superintendent, to be honest. It's just the timing's been right. I've been tapped on the shoulder by different people. A superintendent is the one that pushed me to get my administrative license. And so I went that route and it's worked out. Another example of a difficult leadership situation, had several, where we deal with tough situations with kids, whether it be an expulsion. I walked into, we were in I'm going to call it litigation with a special ed family. Again, I did not have dealings to start the situation, but there'd been some, again, 10 years ago, been some holds and some fighting with the district and this family. We belonged to a special ed co-op. I walked into that, and how can I help mediate the situation? And to be honest, we did. We sat down, we talked, we worked through things. Not saying, you know, they still have feelings, but the kid still, he will graduate this year, I think, continue on in our 18+ program, but we have a great relationship. And I don't know if it was me specifically, but it was a new person stepping in, and sometimes that's what things take, a new start. But I didn't sell the district down the line. I didn't sell the teachers, administration, special ed co-op, listen to them. Their views are, respectable as well, but it was, how can we move forward for the student and make things the best experience? And saw the student at the hockey game yesterday. We still knuckles and have a good relationship. The parents are very happy, but like I say, it's having some of those tough conversations that you don't necessarily want or want to have, but they're the right thing to do. The same thing goes with, unfortunately have had to expel a few kids over the years, not a lot. They're tough conversations. Our hands were tied at certain points. Kids having weapons in school, exclusionary discipline, things are changing a little bit right now. Not to say you can't still expel or suspend, but part of it, I think, is kind of right, to be honest. Certain things, kids make mistakes, but on the other hand, I think it's put us in a tough spot on certain things too. And I'll be honest, legislatively, I'm working to, try and get some things clarified. Again, want the district protected, want kids protected, want families, we want safety. But on the other hand, there is a time maybe when a younger kid should be out a few days. And it's tough right now. And some of it's being tried. It's new legislation and, like a lot of things, we're going to work through some speed bumps, if you will, some challenges, and things will get straightened out if it needs to, and that's my opinion. But I know from, especially at the younger ages, it's a little challenging. So few examples of some, what I think are challenging situations.
How do you delegate authority to others and provide accountability?
Delegating authority is obviously, I think, first and foremost, getting good people in the right places. Again, walking into certain situations, you don't always get to hire all your staff, but it does, if you've been through certain things, it does put the importance on getting good people. It's easier to delegate and hand things over and trust when you have people that can lead, are willing to ask questions, are willing to work as a team. And then as far as the accountability, it's checking back in and seeing how things are going. Do we have data to back up or evidence of how things are progressing? Being in a small district, we have conversation daily, sometimes hourly, depending on how things are going. My office is in the high school, so I see the high school principal and dean more. And we're a one campus. Our elementaries just goes high school, arena, elementary, and there's fields in between. Very often in the elementary on a daily basis for various reasons. And so it's keeping those conversations and being kept in the loop, so to speak, to see how things are going. Now, that being said, you can't do everything and you have to trust people. And for the most part, should know how things are going. Bigger the district, it gets a little bit harder. In this case, there's 4 buildings and I believe having, a good cabinet, but the line of communication has to go both ways. If there's something I need to be made aware of or should be, fine, shoot an email, give me a call, that type thing. It's things you don't need to, don't. Yeah, and the same with the board. I believe keeping the board in the loop on things, but there's a lot of things you hire people to take care of, and you shouldn't need to know, discipline on every kid, for instance. You don't have a right to certain things unless it's going to come to the board table. But on the other hand, if you're hearing things, I do like to know. MSBA, one of their trainings, and I did them early on, and I became a soup with some new board members. And one thing I'll never forget is, I think it was in the first phase training, they said, no one likes surprises. And there's a lot of truth to that. Board doesn't like surprises and superintendents and, or employees don't, and so I am a true believer in, communicating, what needs to be communicated. Some people think they need to be in the loop on everything, and that's just not necessarily possible. But on the other hand, I don't like surprises. I was telling Lee earlier, I notified my board ahead of time when I started looking, not that I had to. But the last thing I want, people have let me know, and I appreciate that. If someone's looking for something that could be better for their life situations, I'm behind you. Yeah, not gonna burn a bridge. We've had people leave and had people come back. Not that they had to tell me, but I appreciate it. So I will give that same respect. And so that's a piece of accountability. It's, keeping the lines of communication open. And on the flip side, I'm also learning. I've had people, myself included, geez, probably wasn't the best way to do something. Put it on the table. Let's talk about it. And we also bounce things back and forth with my administrative team sometimes. What do you think? Is this the right way to go? And I don't look at them any less. There's times I've went into at least my two principals and went, what do you think on this? This is what I'm thinking. Am I missing anything? And again, it's just to try and get someone else to, look at it before, kind of like writing an important letter. It's not bad to either write it and let it sit and come back to it, or have someone proof it a little bit. So I think that's how I'd answer the delegating and looking for accountability.
What is your impression of the role the school board plays in leading the district, and what is the role of the superintendent?
The role of the board, obviously the board is the one that in many situations makes the big decisions, and makes the key decisions. They're the only ones that can hire and fire, for instance. On the flip side, I see it as the superintendent's position to guide the board, give them what they need, so to speak. I'm going to say give them the data, the facts. Sometimes it may be, even like I talked about earlier with that preschool and ALC, sometimes there isn't a right or wrong answer. Educationally, and again, I don't know everyone's background here, but I think your administrative team is going to bring you, what we feel are best recommendations educationally wise. Expect the board for the most part to back us up, unless there's a reason not to. Now, on the other hand, you're going to hear things from the community, and I hope there can be some dialogue. Decisions are to be made at the board table, open, transparent. A piece I'm all for. I lay budget wise, lay it out on the table, and not just for the board, for community, for staff. This whole idea that where's the hidden million type deal? It's just not there. There's audits. Well, there might be a million, but audits, there's the transparency is help us out. This district, along with most others, are going to have some financial challenges, and we're going to work collaboratively to find solutions. And the invitation's open. The way, and again, I'm just throwing it out, that I've worked in the past is have some budget work sessions, and invite the unions, the leadership to the table, sit around with us, and not expecting them to say, hey, cut a pair to save a custodian or something. That's not the questions we're looking at, but are there ways that we can be proactive? Do you have ideas? It's not something you want to lay out at the table. Talk to me privately, because I'll be honest, we don't always have all the answers. The other thing, like say being at the district, you kind of get used to doing things the same way sometimes, and sometimes some fresh eyes. I meet with new employees, whether it's teachers, paras, all of them. And it's one thing I always say, you see something, don't be afraid to, make a recommendation. Maybe we'll tell you why we can't do something, but it also may get our minds going and go, hey, why didn't we look at it that way? Or can we? And so, role of the board, obviously it is to support, it is to make, unfortunately, some tough decisions when you have to. Hopefully there's only 3 or 4 of those a year. I'm going to say a lot of it. Some people say, that was rubber stamped. Yeah. When we bring in, recommendations for hire, for the most part, we're doing our job. It should be a rubber stamp. We had hiring committees. We had groups that, vetted, did background checks, did different things. Same thing when we bring unfortunately recommendations for, other things that are tough, we're gonna give you the reasons why we think. Now, certain things, like I said, I can respect. There aren't right and wrong answers on certain things. But I should provide you, and again, it's not all my information. There's gonna be stuff from, elementary schools, middle schools, the school readiness, preschool, high school that, I trust my group to talk together, bring it to the board. And you make this decision. We take, and I'm gonna say, we take the heat on a lot of it and should take the heat. It's our recommendation if there's people. Communication is key though, both ways. If there's things that people have a challenge with, I sure hope you would have a conversation up front. Can you explain more why this is going on or what's happening? But on the other hand, I hope you'll let administration, whether it's me or whomever, lead. And if there's something not going well, we have those conversations. But I've heard some horror stories of micromanagement that I don't want to go through, and I hope that's not the case. It'll be one of my questions at the end. I'll be honest with you, is what is the kind of makeup of the board or the climate, if you will. Again, we'll get to that down the road.
You have 30 minutes left and you're halfway through.
Okay.
So what would be your reaction if the school board opposes something which you thought was sound? What if the school board proposes something which you think is unsound or inappropriate?
Like I said, but I think just prior here, I will back the board on whatever decisions they make. But on the other hand, when we walk away, and even if the board is split, I hope they will do the same. If a decision comes out 4-2, if you were one of the two, I hope bygones can be bygones, and it's not, I'm gonna get back at the other 4 in the next vote or the next meeting. We talk through, we make a decision, and after that, we support that decision and, work through it. There's issues with that down the road, we re-examine and retool, rework, revisit, whatever. But on the other hand, I think it is my job and staff's job to support whatever the decision's made. The same goes with, I hope the board, if the board proposes something that is unsound, I hope I can give you, when I say proposes, it hasn't been, passed yet, or I guess even we talk about why. Here's where we think we're gonna have issues. Here's some alternatives. Here's some suggestions. Can we table it? Can we let it sit and give us a little bit of time before the next meeting or whatever we're dealing with to give you some more information. I believe in getting the board, agenda out in a timely manner. There are things, our board only meets once a month for most part, so there are things that all of a sudden pop up and we got to get this on, but for the most part, it's getting you what you need ahead of time. And giving you time that if you have questions, let me know. You need more information, let me have it. Because if you have the question, probably some others do. And so as much as we can give answers a lot of times here, there are some things we might not be able to answer, if it just comes up at the board table. But then we do encourage the discussion here, so the community can hear it.
What are some of the techniques you would recommend the school district use to cut the budget if that becomes necessary? Share examples of what you have done or what that might look like.
Okay, as I talked about a little bit ago, I believe in having a few meetings. I'm not a person that wants to meet just to meet, whether it's budget or whatever. Want things to be efficient, want things to, we all got lives. And so my process, like say, we do separate budget meetings, call them working sessions, where we don't make any decisions there, but we lay things on the table, and depending on, if we need to cut 200,000, 500, that whatever the number is, typically, most of the time now there aren't easy decisions. We've cut the fat, if you will, but it typically would be the administrative team to bring some recommendations. I asked my board we've done two sessions at this point, and we have 2 more to go to hopefully before we're done. And it's, you tell me what you can live with. We're looking at about a $500,000, I'm gonna call it ESSER cliff because we've been funding things with some COVID money. But yet, we're probably a little over 3 months in, reserves as far as, unassigned, undesignated. So there is a little bit of wiggle room and it's, do you want to cut the whole 500? Do you want 300? You give us the number, we're gonna bring it. But what I don't want or what I don't prefer is to bring 300,000 in recommendations and then nothing supported, because unfortunately, a good chunk of our recommendations often are staffing. 70 to 80% of our business is staff. And so it is personable. It is, gonna affect climate. It's gonna affect, and I don't want to throw things out that, aren't gonna be supported. So a lot of times it's having those tough conversations of what do you want to go? Do you want 20% from extracurricular activities? Do you want, like say, if there's things we can reduce a bus route, we'll hopefully have looked at that type of thing early on. If we can hold off on something that's a temporary, a lot of things we got to look at that are reoccurring. And so there are some things, and I haven't gotten far enough into your budget or stuff yet, but we have allocated some things on a reoccurring, like we called a per cycle for curriculum. We set a certain amount aside and that comes out so that it's not on the table. We're going to keep up on our textbooks. We're going to keep up on whether it's electronic, in print, whatever. We have the same, we put, and again, our district is different than this one, but roughly 75,000 for technology aside every year. It comes out right away so that we keep building and keep using that. It's not negotiable. I mean, anything's negotiable, obviously, but it's a way to make sure we stay up. It's not the total, we have 425,000 in there, but we're coming up to where we replace now. We're actually in our 6th year. We're on a 5-year cycle. We extended things. It's not going to cover all of it, but at least it's a good chunk. The same thing with transportation. We budget a vehicle or a bus each year. We have 13 routes. Because that's about 13 to 15 years is what we typically get because of the rust situation. It's not miles, but things like that you got to keep, because I inherited a transportation issue where they had held back on 3 or 4 buses and all of a sudden we needed 2 in a year, and it now cut into things it affected students more than it, because we started taking things out of general funds. So all for, putting cards on the table, bringing recommendations to the board, and like I say, respecting decisions. And like I say, those are not gonna, it's one of the 2 worst things being in the position. The other one is negotiations, to be honest. It's part of the job, but it's not great on morale.
How would you suggest the school handle long-range financial planning? Can you please provide details or examples?
Long-range planning is very important. Like I said, from some of these things just mentioned of, getting things set out. It is looking at facilities. It is looking at, looking to the future. What do we want for our students? What do we want for curriculum? What do we want for activities? Looking at what do we think our staff's going to look like, 3 years, 5 years. It's all a package, but the long-term facility plan, which we have to have a 10-year plan. Yeah, a lot of things change. I mean, there hasn't been a year that we haven't tweaked things, to be honest, but it does get a lot of good thinking going. In the same long range with, planning. Where does East Grand Forks, where do we think we're going to be 5 years from now? How do we plan for that? How do we, especially facility wise? Again, most facility stuff takes, going to the public for major changes, but how do we plan? How do we build? How do we make sure we're doing what's right so we get that support if we have to? At a beautiful building here, and obviously the community has supported what I call in the recent, as far as schools go. So I think it's planning, it's having conversations, it's listening. We just got done doing a survey. We're actually going to referendum on a remodel here on August 13th. And part of that process was getting a community survey that gave us very valuable data, similar to even this process. I read through some of what community, you got to look at that. Not that everything that everyone puts in is gospel, if you want to say it, but it's important to get the climate and what people are looking for. So long-term, just it's looking forward and making some tough decisions so that we can be ready for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever.
How would you describe your understanding of school district finance? What experiences have you had with finance?
I would say I have a decent understanding, obviously 10 years. I've worked through a variety of things. Do I learn? Yes, I'll be honest. I mean, even as legislation changes, I still have to go back, what can we use basic skills money for and read and still dig into it. I don't live in the finance code world, maybe as much as a soup used to years ago, but we do sit down. I'd like to say on a month-to-month basis, but a lot of times it becomes every other month, and look at where we're at and try and keep up, try and plan. Part of my job is looking at the shell game. How can we move things around? How can we be creative with finances, financials? I'll be honest, some of that is getting harder. They're getting, when I say they legislatively and MDE have clamped down on things over time, and basic skills money being one of them. We're struggling with, to be honest, how we can spend, and we have to add now, which is not a bad thing, but it's looking at the different pieces. So I think my experience is good. I'll be honest, I live it 24/7. The wife being a business manager, we talk a lot at night, good, bad, or indifferent. And I'll be honest, I work with a lot of people, and it's part of the, I think, power of this position is having connections, of reaching out to other people, other districts, and going, what are you doing with this? How are you, how are you funding this position? Or how are you, and again, I don't know everything. I'll be upfront and honest, and I learn, but I'm willing to learn, willing to ask. And so I think I have a good finance background, but I'm not going to say I can answer everything. And the same thing goes, trust and accountability. If one of you ask, hey, line item, whatever on the bills we're paying today, I may know or may not know what that is, because I don't, at least in our district, line by line approve everything. Other people have authority. And so, who we order tires from, I might not recognize that check register, but yet I do look at where we're at budget wise on, like I say, a regular basis, and we do make changes throughout the year.
How would you motivate the teaching, administrative, and support staff to achieve new levels of excellence in education for all students?
Number one is being part of the team. Like I said, I can't be everywhere and do everything, but I will meet with people, will encourage, will listen to conversation. Right now, I'll be honest, one of coming off of COVID, one of the things, everyone's plate is full. Everyone's plate's been full for a long time, but I think we kind of missed the boat on staff mental health, to be a little honest. We have a clear focus. We've been working on students prior to COVID and having social development programs in place. We maybe did forget about staff a little bit. So we've had a wellness committee for years, but we implemented doing something at least once a month for our staff this year to try, and we call it wellness. A lot of times it deals with food, but we went and got some donations and worked with some places around town to say thank you. And we do it for all staff. Like I mentioned, I was cutting onions the other night. We did a nacho bar. It happened to be in conjunction with conferences, but it's for everyone. So when paras were getting done, they could stop and, have a snack. Took it out to the bus garage so the drivers get something. And again, it's saying thank you. We understand we don't pat you on the back enough, say thanks for, the great job. I believe in sending an email, making a call, again, when I'm notified or when I recognize that, someone's done something great. I mean, we have a lot of great stuff going on in our building every day. Look at your survey on what it said on teachers. You have great teachers. I'm sure you have great pairs, great custodians, great. We don't, personalize and say thank you enough. On the flip side, I think they need to realize a little bit too, that, there's enough employees that we can't go around every day. Yeah, a lot of times at the beginning of the year, yeah, we try and get into buildings and hey, welcome back. We did a welcome back cookout, for all our staff. That's great, but on the other hand, we get into the year and it's hard to, keep that up. And so it's trying to send something. I mean, I send, some reminder emails, before holiday break, get out, unplug, same maybe before MEA weekend. It's to try and say thank you, try and recognize, but like I say, everyone's job, including this one, you get sucked in sometimes. Out and about in the community, talk very highly of our staff. And I'm sure it's the same here. They're doing wonderful work and we do need to promote ourselves. That's one of the things I'm going to say, I don't think we've done enough. We do push more out on Facebook and I do a every other week radio show. Actually, I had to have another recorded today because I'm not there, but to try and promote, and often say thank you. Thank you to the groups that donate money. Thank you to the staff that, doing great with the salt and sanding this morning, having our building ready, whatever it may be. And hopefully they take it seriously, because morale is tough. And to be honest, there isn't a silver bullet where it's going to get a lot better. Funds we're not going to get, even though we got what they call it, historical amounts of money this year, there's only so much you can do. And so it's trying to recognize and motivate. And again, being part, getting out there and working with them when we can, being alongside, and being open to say thank you. Appreciate what you do. And that includes the board. I'm guessing you got recognized in February, but why don't we say it more? Thank you. Because you get hit a lot, so to speak. At least I'm guessing people bend in your ear.
So there's 3 questions left in 15 minutes.
Okay.
How would you build trust and collaboration within the school district?
Well, I think building trust comes from, you know what? Here's who I am, and you can fake things for a certain amount of time, but you got to be who you are. And I'll be honest, something I'm proud of. I was an Eagle Scout from Boy Scouts. Trust were really helpful. I can go through the whole thing, and that is who I try to be. Like I said earlier, I have made mistakes. I will admit. You learn from them. If you don't, that becomes a problem. But being upfront, laying the cards on the table, having conversations. And I was meeting with a person that's going through administrative license, and I said, people worry about making, either tough calls, having tough conversations. And I'll be honest. I mean, there's times I lose some sleep and, think about things, and it's good to think about. But the reality is having those conversations is good. And it doesn't have to be, and I was telling this person, I said, I've done several, reprimands over the years. It doesn't have to be where I come in, you come in, or whoever, and we're going to chew you out. It's usually start off with, appreciate what you're doing. Here's some things I've heard, but we're here today to talk about, X, Y, and Z. Obviously, if we need representation, that's part of the conversation, but then here's why we're here. I'm not doing this because I woke up this morning and whose day am I going to ruin? But it's having that. And here's where we have to get to. Here's what we need to do. And putting it in writing so that it's clear. There aren't any surprises. And then I'm going to say most of the time, those tough conversations lead to corrective action. And that's what we want. Same thing. If there's something I'm ever doing something that's, the board's not happy with, or, question, I would sure hope someone would ask compared to letting it go, go on, and all of a sudden you find out not something that should be going on or whatever, it's bothering someone, and have those conversations. So I think, having the hard conversation, it builds trust. Here's where I'm at. I'm doing this for all of our good. And if we do X, Y, and Z, we won't have to go to the next step, and that's good. To me, that builds trust. And and a working relationship, because you know what, whether it's paras, whether it's custodians, bus drivers, cooks, secretaries, who, I want a two-way conversation that people are willing to, hey, what do you think? Now, that being said, there is a levels of communication. I feel good about going, if you talk to your supervisor, I don't want everything coming to the superintendent right off the bat. You know, and the same with people that call, or people that call you, you know, if it comes to me, normally it's, you know, did they talk to the teacher if it's a student issue? Did they talk with the principal? You know, willing to listen, but I don't have the answers most of the time of what took place. So we're gonna have to go back there. So please start there. That collaboration and trust.
How do you handle a conflict between parents and building principals over school rules?
For the most part, again, talk about an uncomfortable situation. Sometimes it is, but for the most part, it's having a conversation. It's hearing both sides. Sometimes, you know, you get the call from the upset parent. Just be honest, I'll go to the principal or go to what administration. Hear the other side. And a lot of times there is another side, and see if there is something we can, you know, work through, whether it's through conversation. Sometimes we can settle things if it's something, you know, parent heard from the kid. They should have called the principal and had a conversation, but instead they called me or whatever, and you get some information, go back and, you know, let's meet. We had one, with a fourth grade student not long ago. I didn't have to be part of it, but I'm going to say I mediated it to that point where got some information, got it back. Principal talked to the teacher. There was communication both ways. I didn't know this when it got the call, but had the conversation, got a meeting set up. Principal, teacher, family got together and things have worked out. Other times I've had to be part of it. Sometimes we can find middle ground. Sometimes there's something we're going to have to, you know, hold our ground. And a few times that, you know what, maybe we have not been 100% in the right. And you can admit that. And here's what we're going to do. Had a tough one, I want to say a year or 2 years ago. A kid walked out. We do rounds at the elementary and pick up. A kid got in that line and started walking to where mom works when they're supposed to have been. Yeah, we missed the kid. Horrible conversation. One of the worst conversations I ever had to have is I got a call. We lost a preschool kid on our bus, fell asleep, and the bus driver didn't do what they're supposed to do and walk to the back, check everything when they're done. Kid was found about an hour later in the bus garage. You talk about a horrible conversation. We have a good relationship with the family still to this day. Did I get my rear end chewed? Rightfully so, I did. And you know what? The driver was 100% in the wrong. We implemented, a lot of the newer buses have a system that you got to go to the back, I guess, and press a button now because it's happened at other places. We have on the older buses a card that has to be flipped when they get on so that, you know, if I'm driving around, that sign better be red or green. Yeah, you know, and so we know it's going on. So you live and learn, but there are some conversations that unfortunately are tough. But again, we have to have them. It's the right of the community, parents. And so you have them, and sometimes you got to agree to disagree too.
Last question. What questions would you like to ask the board?
Okay, and I don't need an answer, obviously, from every person. So I only have a couple, and I guess in no specific order. One of my questions is what would you see as the biggest challenge of the district? Short term, I mean, is there anything, am I walking into if I get the chance, am I walking into a landmine of something? I'm just being honest.
Sure. I can take that one. And it might be different for all of
Yeah.
us, but I think one of the things that we're facing is a deficit spend. And so that can affect a lot of different areas.
Yeah.
And, you know, as you noted, it has to do a lot with salaries. So there's going to be some tough conversations. And I would say that's the biggest challenge right now.
And again, not going too deep in the weeds, was it last year or the year before I saw about an 800,000, I think, maybe, expense over revenue. And again, we've done stuff where you plan, you're doing,
Right.
you know, we did it, we had the softball field quite a few years ago. Yeah, we ate into deficit. So I mean, if someone looking at it would go, it wasn't reoccurring though. And so like this year now, at least looking at the posting here, I mean, 50,000. I mean, in the big picture of things, that's not a major, I mean, again, but you're right, so, so it needs some,
Need some attention.
okay. Two more if I have time. I mentioned it earlier, climate of the board. I've watched a few meetings, just to be honest. I'm trying to do my homework. I know people, you know, and this and that, and it seems good. Again, we can agree to disagree. A board shouldn't be, in this case, 6-0 on everything. Does anyone see a major issue? I mean, have you had a lot of 3-3s that are, you know, that I'm not seeing and?
I can't remember the last time there was a split vote.
Okay.
We do work well together. I think we all have different focuses. There's, you know, we have our seasoned vets. I'm probably the middle child, and then and then Amanda and Josh are fairly new. You know, we do try to vet things that come to us beforehand so that we're well aware of, you know, what's coming to the board and, you know, what we need to take a vote on. So no, we work well together.
And lastly, if I can, I was just, I pulled some numbers and I was looking at some things over the weekend. And like I said, I looked at your, I'm gonna call it survey that I think the school board helped with. There was a bunch of comments or in one section talked about declining enrollment and, you know, loss of students. And I guess I'll be honest, this is fiscal 23. It's a year back. And what I'm seeing is I'm not seeing that. And actually, I mean, some preliminary numbers for this year look like you maybe gained some kids. And I just, again, just because it's on the survey doesn't mean it's happening. It can be, you know, perception of the community. We're getting smaller and maybe the community is, but it looks to me like the younger grades are larger than the, you know, grades going out. And I guess I'm just curious if I'm missing something with that.
No, you're not. So our senior class last year and our senior class this year are probably the smallest that we have. Our lower grades are up. We did see declining enrollment last year. Was it last year?
There's gonna be.
Right. And so now I believe we're up 50 kids. So now it's going up. So we're happy for that.
I don't have any further questions other than saying thank you for the opportunity. Whether it goes any further or not, I appreciate. Haven't been in this seat. I've been on the other side for the, well, past 26 years. 10 years ago, I did interview for my position, obviously, but it was a little different, more of a conversation when you knew everyone and there were other candidates, but I thank you for the opportunity. If there are further questions, I'm open to answer, give you more information. But I thank you. Thank you for the work you do. Because like they say, I know you don't get the pat on the back, and I'm guessing this will be a tough decision, and thank you for the opportunity.
We thank you.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you for the time to meet with us today. And we'll be in contact after we deliberate this afternoon. For the board, we'll deliberate until 12:30, so we'll adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take the phone.
They play baseball. They have two balls instead.
What was that, the cartoon of the.
It's 12:30. We're back in session. So it's Monday, March 4th. We've done our interviews and now we're gonna select our candidates for second round interviews. But first I'm gonna turn it over to Lee from MSBA.
Thank you very much. There are essentially four things that I can think of that you can use in making your decision. We'll talk about those first. Then secondly, we'll talk about how we go about discussing the candidates again. First, this EMD results, the exceeds your expectations, meets your expectations, does not meet your expectations. That spreadsheet basically is just a guideline to see if it compares with the other pieces of information. The last question that each candidate was asked was, what questions do you have of us? Some of you ranked some of those, some of you did not. So I put a note on the bottom. On the very bottom, you'll see some totals. Those are for me to make sure that my numbers add up, because I keep track of the ones that aren't answered, and that way they all add up to the correct number. Should be 14 times, or 15, excuse me, times 6, which is 90. Then I think what you look for is a pattern more than specificity. The first is the column is your relative ranking as a group. On the bottom, go to the totals. So when you look at those, you'll see whether or not you kind of came together as a group, and you'll see some specific trends. The second thing I would say you look for is what consensus do some questions have? And there are a number of areas where you as a group are pretty much thinking the same way, that whether they met or exceeded or didn't meet your expectations. And that just goes to the consistency of the group. I wouldn't put a ton of weight on this, but it does help give you a group think in terms of where you all lie in general. The second piece of information in my mind, one of the most important are your notes. Each of you wrote some great notes. I didn't read them, but I noticed that everybody was writing notes. Referring back to them is a great way to remember what candidates have to say. And that corresponds greatly with the third way, and that is your perception. Your perception in terms of, does it match what it is that you're looking for and what you feel you wanted in a candidate? You had a profile. You also had the community survey, which 200 and some, I don't remember exactly, 50 or 70 people responded, which is a tremendous response. So you had both of the community survey and your profile matched the community survey very carefully. And so I think you have four pretty strong pieces of data to work off of when you make your decision. And finally, as you go to talk about the candidates, I think talking about their strengths is really important. I think compare their strengths to your profile. Does that what it is that you're looking for? And secondly, kind of who are you leaning toward? Is there a candidate that you lean to more than the others, or are there two, or how does it look from your perspective? And at this point, Lynn, I'll turn it over to you. You've got a little bit of direction, and you can go ahead. And
I just want to clarify one thing. It was supposed, like, these numbers on the bottom, they are not like high-low scores.
No,
They
no,
are
not
just
at all.
tallies. I just want everybody.
Not
to-
at all. They
Okay.
are, the numbers on the very bottom were only for me to verify that I counted correctly.
Sure.
Some of my marks looked a little unique as I look back on them, but yeah.
All right.
So that where it says totals, that's what's really important for you. The notice on the bottom, for example, the first candidate, we were short 2 responses on that final question. And on the last candidate, we were short 3. So
Sure.
it was just my way of keeping total, keeping track and then writing a note to myself. That's really not important to you.
Right. And note the ones that are missing are all the last question, which is,
That's normal,
Which is
by the way.
them asking questions.
That's
Right.
normal. Yeah, very normal.
okay, so what I think we should do here is, based on our established hiring criteria, we should talk about the strengths of each candidate. We can share the strengths. We can start with our first interview and go from there, maybe 2 to 3 strengths, that we talk about for each of us. Or how, kind of like we did interview questions almost, but we'll like start with people and then we'll talk about their strengths. And we'll just repeat this process for every individual. And then we'll talk about where we're leaning.
Okay.
So let's start with Hackbarth. So one of the noted strengths is that he has been here.
Yes.
He knows he's made some relationships that way.
Yeah, I would agree. A lot of the things that he pointed out as things that he's done and strengths that he has, we have knowledge of those things. So having that ability to kind of correlate with what he's said and how he's presenting to what has happened in the last 8 months, I think is a strength too, like, or at least it's more evident than what we agreed with and what he's done.
Yeah, for me, I thought that was probably, obviously it's one of his bigger strengths is because he's been here. And he knows where we are as a school district. He knows where our finances are. He knows where we are in those aspects.
I'd say a willingness to listen and learn is a huge strength that I've noticed.
Yeah, I just thought his communication style, he seemed like he was prepared for each question. He handled each question well. Yeah, I thought his communication style was, looked everybody in the eyes as he was speaking. Along with what Josh kind of said, as far as being a little bit ahead of the game, being here for 8 months now, knowing where we are financially, some of the decisions that need to be made, building relationships with staff and, so yeah.
Kind of knowing what he's getting into and wanting
Yeah.
to be a part of it.
Yep.
That part to me stood out. Brandon?
Any notes?
This strength that I like is identified by Brian that he understands it all.
Your mic's off.
Oh,
Thank you. He had, one of the strengths that I saw is that he's identified that he can't do it all. Needs to have collaboration and work with others. I saw that as a pattern throughout some of the questions that were asked of him.
The collaboration part.
Yeah.
yeah, being a team player and team leader.
Any other strengths we want to share?
A lot of talk about the strategic plan, which I liked. I thought that was a big strength because everything we do should more or less fall in line with the strategic plan. And I think the emphasis on the strategic plan and bringing that as the forefront of our guidance of how we should navigate was good.
I think some of the other things probably that I have written down in my notes here is kind of what he's already done for our district as far as like kind of condense some of the stuff in the administration side of things, moving some people over to HR and things like that. I mean, those were things that probably needed to be done maybe a few years ago and those moves were made.
I think we talked about HR in our platform when we ran. I think we both had discussed HR, I believe,
Yep.
as being part of the plan and having that piece finally part of the puzzle has been a really good move, and that restructure in the district office, I think, has been making things efficient and having that piece of the puzzle is a good thing.
Any other items of note, strengths? You know, move on to Dr. Wheeler.
I I personally liked his coaching mentality, his ability to lead by being part of the team and being accountable to, you know, the strengths that he has and how to put trust in people and communicate. And I like that mentality.
You could really tell when we asked him kind of a question about like how do you motivate people? He was really passionate and excited to answer that question.
Yes.
And he seemed to be more really,
Comfortable.
yeah, he's comfortable. It was an area where he was really comfortable in, and he was really, you know, willing to give more information than some of the other questions that we had. So anything that was like motivation, getting people going, he was all answering those questions.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
He had a lot of examples that were backed by data, which I appreciate.
Mhm.
And he, you know, he wouldn't bring things forward without having data. I think that's important.
I love the aspect, and I'll call it a strength that we identified where bring in subs on a weekly basis or on a daily basis. You know, you could tell one of his strengths, I guess I should say, is he's able to think outside of the box.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And I think he compared that to what Lindsay said, a coaching mentality or what have you. He wants everybody to be on the team. How are you successful? And I think he even used that. You put it in a context of an actual athletic team, whether you play a little bit or you don't play at all. How are we all showing up the next day? And he was able to tie that into several of his questions. I felt.
Mhm.
Yes.
Mhm.
I liked the optimism where he said, oh, hold on, something about how you have to look for that little bit of good that you did. Ignore the small bit of nonsense, but look at why are you coming every day? Like what made your day good that day instead of looking at the bad?
Yeah, talking about negative just a little bit.
Yeah, and then
Finding out the ways.
focusing on the positive and being optimistic about the next day. I really liked that.
Yep, finding the good in every day. I like that. Yep, I wrote that down as well. I
Yeah.
like that.
Somewhere in here.
Yep. Yeah, being proactive and moving away from negativity. I put that in two different spots, actually.
His strength also was he was willing to say how it is. Never had a budget. Never had to do
Right.
this.
Right.
He wasn't making things up.
Yeah.
Just honest with us, and here's
He acknowledged that going from
Yeah.
a smaller district
Right.
in North
Yeah.
Dakota to four buildings, 1,900 students.
be a challenge.
It would be a challenge, but
Yep.
he's tackled challenges before.
Mhm.
Right, and I guess I have it in here is he's never had to cut a budget, but is that a good thing then, you know, because he's been maybe on top of things or had enough money to do things and stuff like that, and then he was willing to, you know, it's difficulty in a school district to actually put caps on kids. That's gotta be a really
Yeah.
difficult
Yeah.
decision to
But
make.
for the good of the staff and the.
Right, but
kids.
for the good for the
Right.
school.
Yep.
He had to put caps on things.
But probably very difficult, like you said.
And then the other part that I thought was really positive, feels like he's a guy he's willing to step up because he has a bus driver's license. He's willing to step up and do whatever it takes or whatever is needed in a smaller setting to make sure that the school still flows efficiently. Even though there's no requirements for him to do those types of things, he's still willing to be like, hey, this needs to be filled. We can't fill it, so I'll just do it.
One thing that I highlighted is he talked about chain of command. We talked about, I think
Mhm.
that was one of the questions that I asked all three candidates, and I really focused on that, like, yeah, I'll own it, but we hire people to take care of those things, and if I need to step in and facilitate by all means, and we'll talk about, we've heard that from a couple of candidates, but I think I think he was upfront, and he said there is a chain of command, and it should be the guy that's always used in decisions that are being made or working with problematic issues. So.
Yep.
I found that as a strength as well.
Mhm. Yeah, I made that note as well.
Yes.
I like how, well, not just him, but the candidates all did their research on the district and how they and read the surveys and looked at the financials and things like that. I think that was a
Yep.
good thing for all the candidates.
He made note of our vision statement. And
Yeah,
the question.
Yeah, a
Like,
vision
yeah.
statement, the survey,
Yeah.
different things and like the excellence, that means everything, different things to everybody. I don't know,
Mhm.
that stuck out to me too.
Yeah, kind of like like a good coach would recognize that people have different ideas of what is excellence, what is powerful, what is succeeding even.
He talked about financial planning as well, and currently where he's at, it's, it's a 3-year plan, but that, I got that as well. It's like it seems that the examples that he's given is, you see what's now, but you're also looking into the
Mhm.
future, and that's how he's basing decisions. So that stood out to me as well.
Anything else to discuss on Wheeler? Moving on to Grover. I would echo your sentiment about how he also believes there's a chain of command
Mhm.
and when to be involved, when to not be involved, and I appreciated that.
I appreciated the, um, trying to define what legislation's saying and being up to date on that and the clarifications with that and MDE and trying to not just take it for as they're saying it, but see exactly where the parameters are to do the things that
What
we
it
need to
actually
do.
means, right?
Yeah, it's one of mine.
Thought a lot of the experiences that, well, he's had 10 years, I think, in his position now. A lot of experiences are kind of similar experiences as
Yeah,
our
it was
district
wild,
with,
yeah.
the PSEO challenges with a tech that's really nearby. Familiar with process. You talked about bonds and operating levies, which aren't unfamiliar for our district as well. So I think that would be something that, he'd be able to hit the ground running if provided the opportunity.
Yeah, he talked about his unpopular decision question. The examples he gave, I thought were very relevant to some of the things that we are facing as well. And that was his answer was almost identical to some of our situations.
Yeah,
And
I thought that was
and I
very
was
interesting.
Yeah, I really was like, wow, okay.
Thought it was also interesting when he was talking about some of the, the interaction between board and superintendent about being more collaborative in the budget decisions and bringing in other
Yeah.
stakeholder groups.
Mhm.
I thought that was interesting and certainly something that,
Having budget working sessions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that too.
I like that he owned the fact, I don't know how to describe it, but he at one point in time mentioned that individuals are hired for a job. There's a reason that individuals are hired for that job. And sometimes we don't need to get board and superintendent don't need to get down in the weeds. And he even owned it, like, I don't know what type of tires they're buying. I know what the bottom line is. And if they're within that, it's okay. I really I appreciated that, because I think sometimes I've spoke of it at past board meetings. Maybe since COVID, we've been getting into the weeds a little bit too much, and I like to see that. Here's why this individual's here. You guys, it's not necessarily that we don't need to know it, but he's gonna own it, and it sounds like he's not afraid to say that either. There's bigger fish to fry than this.
Yes.
Mhm. I felt a lot of consistency throughout his interview as far as the things that he hit on and the communication and the respect and the trust and the support. And I just felt like that was really consistent through and made evident with really good examples of
Yeah.
what he's seen. And like you said, kind of lining up with a lot of things that we are kind of in right now.
Right.
And so just having some experience with that and really like knowing kind of what to do with it, but also like, like thinking outside the box and maybe bringing something to the table that we haven't done or seen before as a board.
Yeah, and one of the things we talk about in our profile is being visionary. And I thought he hit on that a few times, like being creative with staffing challenges and like the returning of staff and the scheduling of staff. And he even like, there was like an emotional intelligence piece there where he was talking about like generational differences. And I thought
Yeah.
that was really neat to hear.
Yeah, retaining and attracting
Yeah,
staff was
yeah.
kind of hit on there, and I thought that was really.
And what the different, staff that are current versus staff that might be coming in need. I thought
Mhm.
that was noted that.
His motivation aspect too, was a key to me as well. Making sure everybody realizes that they're part of the team, and he identified some of the things that might have been missed over the previous years, something that, when he talked about staff, mental health, we're focusing on all
Yes.
this on the students' mental health. Everything's always about the students, but sometimes we neglect to remember staff, and that was key to me, that he's thinking it's not just, we're here to provide, an education, but we have to support those that are providing that education and those that are supporting all others, so.
He talked about an issue that's, I think, relevant to us as well as far as college programming. We lose a lot of students as
Yeah.
well.
Mhm.
And maybe not to that extent, but but we do lose them, and how he transformed that to be for the betterment of their school, I think is something that stood out to me.
Yeah, definitely.
I had a couple points that he saw, he used the phrase like fresh eyes at looking at things. I thought that was interesting. And, the other candidates used different as far as looking ahead, and he was like looking ahead like 5-10 years. He's like, we gotta make sure that we're looking ahead even farther than just next year. Sometimes next year is it's just like a Band-Aid, because you're always gonna be looking for the next year. More progressive as far as how far ahead do you want to be? Where do you want to be as a school? And then his new ideas, he used a lot of things about new ideas, like how the staff stuff was really important to me, because we know that
Yeah, noticing morale and.
the morale is really important to him, and making sure he's just doing little things, right? Once a month, try to get the morale to up, and the mental health of the staff, I think was a big part of what he was talking about.
I think, at least in my notes, the strength was, he was the only, well, I shouldn't say only candidate, but he was very straightforward on why he was interested in coming to.
Yes.
Yes, I liked that
I
as
would
well.
say that as well.
Other candidates had somewhat of answers, that he was straightforward.
This is why.
This is exactly why I'm doing it.
Yes,
And,
I think,
that stood out to me.
Yeah.
I agree.
You could tell that he wasn't just here to interview. He was here. He's here for a job.
I also thought that the questions that he asked were an indicator of kind of thinking about and making a decision that's best for him too.
Right.
Thinking about, okay, what am I walking into? Are there any land,
Mhm.
just really kind of going about it in a way that I would like to go about it if I were going to move my family across,
Absolutely.
So I thought his questions were insightful.
Any other noted strengths we want to talk about?
Well, I think a noted strength, that if you look at everything without just even the questions, noted strength is as one board member had already spoken, is time he's been a superintendent.
Correct.
To me, that's a huge,
Experience.
his experience is a strength for him. Not quite the size of our district, but very similar. And it's within the region, so understands what's going on. Mental health issues, special ed issues, et cetera, what's going on in this area. So I think that has to be identified as a strength of his.
I agree. Anything else the board wants to discuss as far as strengths for any of the candidates?
One more thing that I would note that I didn't say when we discussed, Mr. Hackbarth was, he did talk on the academies and that, and has a little experience in that direction in his past. I thought that was something that I noted that was good. I don't think that we had anybody else specifically mention that, but again, maybe a benefit of having been here and knowing that that's something that we have growing. But
I think, I should go back to, for Brian, one of his strengths, and he did identify it in the questions, but he was brought on as an interim, given a lot of expectations right up front from this board. And has been successful with several of them.
Mhm.
Some of them are still being worked on, but I think us as a board have to see that as
Acknowledge
well, that
absolutely,
you've been thrown to the wolves and
a lot of different,
yeah.
lot of different parts that needed work when he came on.
So I'd like to go through, and talk about who we're leaning towards. We're not gonna rank, but just go through individually who we're leaning towards. And then we can see if there's a consensus and we'll go from there as to what we want to do next.
You want to talk about any weaknesses?
It doesn't say to talk about any.
You want to?
No,
No need to?
No need to. I
Okay,
don't.
good enough.
No. So I'll start. So individually, I'm leaning towards Grover. That was the one that I had the highest, well, I'm not gonna rank them, but who I thought had excellent points. Josh, you wanna go next?
Yep, I would agree. That's kind of the one that I was leaning towards too, just, I think mainly because of the experience that he brings.
Right.
That's probably the biggest thing for me, and I think that a school this size experience does matter. And to continue to grow, that's kind of where I would be leaning towards as well.
I would agree. I'm also leaning towards Grover. However, I do want to acknowledge we have three very good candidates here. And I thought they all presented themselves quite well. So, it's tough to
Yeah.
pick just one.
It is.
However, I just think that his experience and opportunities, or challenges and opportunities that he's experienced at his present district, and the similarity of what we're experiencing as well, certainly are impressive in my mind and would lead me that direction.
Amanda?
Well, so I'm not really leaning towards any one. I feel like I need more questions asked. I have two that I toss back and forth. I really liked Wheeler and I like Hackbarth. Certain things were said that steer me away from others more than others, but those are the two. But I honestly would love to ask all three more questions because it's still the questions that we had, they weren't in. I really like the second round interview questions better.
I would agree with Amanda there. I do think we have really strong candidates here. I'm a little torn. I like, there's different strengths here, of course. So I gravitate towards Grover because of the things that lined up. But I also just keep acknowledging the work that Mr. Hackbarth has done here over the last 8 months and watching, the changes that he has made and knowing that there could continue to be improvements with him as well. So I agree with Amanda. I'm looking to get more insight with some more questions.
My turn?
Yes, your turn, sorry.
Well, I again want to echo the comments that have been said already. Three quality candidates, all have their individual strength, their individual experiences that they bring to the table. But I myself, if I had to lean towards one, would be also at least leaning towards Grover as well. And I think where that comes from is from our community survey, the input that was given to us by the survey, the priorities that the board identified. I see majority of those being captured. He captures all of that. And that's how I'm weighing the candidates is,
is we've received feedback. We've taken that feedback, we put it into our priorities, talked a little bit about strategic plan, et cetera. The strategic plan is not necessarily what we're looking for in a superintendent profile. But I think when you look at the superintendent profile and you look at these things, acts with honesty, ethical manner, et cetera, with staff and community, all three of them meet that. Absolutely.
Yep.
But the big one is visionary and
Yes.
creative thinker. And I, out of the three, I have to lean towards Grover when it comes to that. And you talk about delegating authority, maintaining accountability. He was able to capture that, give examples of that, and working cooperative. So all the stuff that we identified as a superintendent profile, as I was going through and I was listening to the candidates, he really stood out. And I will tell you that he stood out quite tremendously compared to the other two when it comes to the superintendent profile that we picked as a board.
I would have to agree. I'm just gonna build off that a little bit. Works cooperatively with the school board. I mean, he's had more experience with that than any of them. Has experience in school finance, has more experience than any of them. Has experience in school district management practices, has more experience than any of them. So if you go off the profile that we picked, it does seem that I will 100% agree that they're all very fine candidates. But going off of those bullets that we picked, to me, one stands out. Open comments.
So now what?
Yeah.
It's my first time doing this. So we can talk about what we would like to do next, a consensus of where we would like to go from here. Do we want to do second interviews? Do we want to, talk about not doing second interviews? We can certainly have that discussion as well.
I guess I'll say it, is a second interview is going to sway somebody that much more that's already leaning one way or the other? That's just an open discussion and is a question to have. Is a second interview going to sway you one direction or more off of what you heard today, I guess?
I would say it depends on who, I guess, is all gonna be. Like, if we only pick two, depending on who the two are, it could definitely sway my opinion.
From my standpoint, no.
No, I agree.
Because looking at the profile that we picked as a group, it's gonna be very difficult. You can stand out in an interview aspect, but when you're looking at experiences, knowledge, skills, experiences, and trying to match that. I don't know if the second interview in the questions, Amanda's correct. We have the second round of interview questions by all
Much more
means. are
detailed.
A little bit more.
Much more detailed. I mean, you're gonna get a little bit more out of there. And maybe I shouldn't be making assumptions that I won't get anything out of there.
Yeah.
Because what I feel in the candidate that I'm leaning towards right now, I probably will even get more insight and support. But I could go the other way and say, well,
I guess for me, in the 1 week that we wait, the one thing that's not gonna change is experience.
Correct.
That's not gonna change in a week. And so that it's not really gonna sway me one way or the other.
But I have a question. Is everyone basing it solely on experience? Is that is like the main, is that what like the main key factor is? Cause I keep hearing the discussion of experience.
well, I think we're just calling that out there.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
I would say it's our superintendent profile that.
Yeah.
that we.
Yeah, that's probably-
really where it's being captured.
That's probably the wrong word to
Yeah.
be using. It's more
Yeah,
of
cause I
like
keep hearing the
off of-
word experience and I'm like, well, just because someone doesn't have experience doesn't mean they're not gonna be good. Like, one of the candidates, I don't even think has ever really been in Minnesota, but that doesn't mean necessarily their experience, just the experience, I think. The time in the position necessarily.
I would agree, but it still lends to the one candidate who does have more experience. So he's had more of these
Situations.
situations that
There, yeah.
To
Yeah.
discuss, yes,
Correct.
and I see that, and I, that's what I keep hearing is the experience and
So
all these things.
experiences rather than experience.
Sure.
Yeah, experience is
Like-
maybe.
I mean, I don't
Yeah.
think we have to wordsmith it, but
Well, no, but those are two different things,
Yeah.
right? Experience you think of as longevity and time in a position, where experiences are the things that you've
situations
been
in
through.
our-
Just, yeah.
Does that make sense?
it does. does.
So that's just two different,
Sure.
and really we have the two here that say experiences and like longevity, right? And then everything else is sort of what we're seeing from the person.
Yeah.
As far as like their energy, their ability to think outside of a box, handle problems, be accountable, be honest
Yeah.
and transparent and all of those things. So
In my experience with second interviews, and of course, I've never been for superintendent, but it doesn't. You already know. You already know where you're leaning. But I've had to make those decisions quite a few more times than people who don't have experience with interviews, so.
yeah, I'll call myself out on that. I don't have a lot of
Yeah.
experience in this, so I'm a little more spread out a little bit between the three, but I think
I would,
still have a lean.
and I would just have you all look at the data points. Again, it's a
Yeah.
data point.
This here, the chart.
The chart that was given to us by MSBA. You know,
How many in each column and
how many in each column. I don't know if that's gonna change that drastically over a second interview.
I see what you're, yeah.
So I think that's, first question is, do we want to do second interviews? The second question is, who do we want a second interview?
Well, I already stated my opinion on this.
No, we started this process, what, over a year ago, Lee? Sat together as a board. I was at the helm at the time. We did surveys, what we're looking for, et cetera. Went through the first aspect, decided to pull back, pause, find an interim. We created questions, and those questions, I think I had spoken at the last meeting, wasn't real thrilled with only a few candidates, but I think if we had 10 candidates and we cut those candidates down, there's a place for a second interview. Bottom line is we had 3 candidates today. And I think when I look at it, I gotta sit on my soapbox and say, is that second interview, is that gonna provide any more? Josh, I think you said it. Does it swing a vote? I mean, there's 6 of us up here. We all get a vote, but I can say that I don't, looking at how we built it a year ago and not any changes, the community input. It's gonna be tough even with the second interview questions to change my mindset. That's just my perspective.
I would second that, and I would say that too. I mean, I think it's probably just gonna push me more forward the one candidate if I hear the second interview questions. Cause they are more detailed and that's the way I'm leaning, and I guess that's.
I think one thing, I didn't mean to interrupt, but one thing we really have to remember as a board is when MSBA has been in front of us, as we've hired them as our consultant and spoke to us on all the positions that are opening up across Minnesota and in the area. And superintendent is a sought after position. So we can move things and say, yep, we want to do this. We want to do this. But as a board member, I don't want to be here in 2 weeks and say, you know what, we need to take a step back and go in again.
Or we've missed our opportunity.
Yeah,
with-
we're
Right.
we're here. We're looking for a leader of the district for the next 3 year, at least 3 years, but hopefully longer. I feel one of that leaders is in this group. And again, Lindsay, I don't want to miss an opportunity. But I can support what the rest of the
Yep.
board says.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I would agree, the second interview questions, you kind of wish if we went back and did them again, that we,
Did those first?
well, maybe did those first, or, cause I would be curious on how some of the candidates, I would be leaning more towards 2, with one being my you know, at the forefront right now. Like Josh was saying though, you know, my guess is well, both those candidates would come well prepared with good answers. So no, I'm not quite sure if it would sway my opinion one way or the other. And recognizing that at some point we are just gonna have to make a decision.
Right.
Which isn't gonna be easy for all involved. So, you know, if we wanted a second round interview, I could absolutely support that. But I would also be comfortable moving forward, with, if we think we found the right person, which, you know, I like echoed what Brandon said. Within this group of three, you know, I think we have, like I said earlier, we have three very good candidates that all would bring different strengths, to the job, so. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting.
Maybe what we should do, Madam Chair, is try, just a suggestion is maybe what we should do is talk about what are the cons of doing a second interview. Since it's been brought up 3 times, what if we do a second interview? Is there anything, you know, what are the cons against that?
This is a little Monday morning quarterback kind of situation, but, or if we would have done the second interview today, you know, like later today,
Oh, later today.
you know, if we would have had first round and second round, you know, obviously, like I said, we can't go backward and do it differently, but that would have been,
That would have been smart, Lindsay.
I mean, maybe.
bring me back a couple weeks.
Maybe I shouldn't say cons, but what do we lose if we do a second interview?
Time.
Time, yeah,
No-
that's
no
what I,
time
yeah,
as a
And
board.
we're already over a year into this,
Yes.
yeah.
you know, so that's the big thing, I guess, for me too.
You know, and as I think of it, you know, maybe as you dial into a candidate or two, you might have more opportunity to research. I don't know about you guys. I've done research on the 3 candidates already.
Yeah, so
As much as we could possibly do.
Yep.
So I don't know if that's as important to me, given that we've known who these gentlemen are for the past 2 or 3 weeks. Had opportunity to do some research on them. As has MSBA, you know, so and they provided us with recommendations for 3 qualified candidates, which we interviewed and we spent an hour with them. I've also in my day job, you know, not done a lot of second interviews. Typically that goes then to the next level of, you know, of approver. Well, that's us. So,
Mhm.
you know, there is
Right.
no second level to have this, you know, kind of a checks and balances. It's us again. So, I think we're gonna see the same characteristics as we saw today, which again, I want to echo that we had 3 very, very quality candidates.
I don't know. I think like Eric mentioned is that we're the same crew sitting in front of them again, but it might solidify, I guess, just because we do hear them speak again and continue with that consistency or that same message, or the second round interviews, like Amanda mentioned, dives a little deeper. And so,
With
I-
more of like how they would expect or how they would implement changes in our district specifically. And things like not just their experience or experiences, but more details on their fresh new ideas, their creative thinker caps on how they could help with certain things, not just what they've done and what their team has done before in the past. Maybe, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, that's okay. I called you into it. Yeah, I don't know. This is tough. But again, some of it is the fact that you're not necessarily gonna know how you would respond to things or what changes
Yeah.
you'd implement until you kind of get boots on the ground too, you know, like you can answer and project how you think you would or how you have in the past. And so if we're drawing off that, they've probably already said their piece, what they would, how they would kind of handle it or think they would.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, we did ask for examples and we asked for, you know, describe, you know, to be more descriptive in their answers. I do think there were some that were better at that than others, and that is another reason that I was leaning towards Grover. but-
I think you have to remember the questions that were asked on the application too.
Yes,
You look at the questions that in reviewing the questions that were asked on the application, and you look at how those were answered. Certainly Grover stood out amongst these 3
tremendously to me from my perception. I think a lot of the questions that we would be doing in a second interview are also answered in those first profile, Lee, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was 3 questions, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So there was lots of information from all candidates and it really stood out there. So I don't know where we go next, if we need to start making motions or if we're at the point that we're deciding, I mean, seems that a few want to do second interviews, but
So go about this 2 different ways. We could split the issues, so we could do a motion to do a second interview and then do a motion of who we want a second interview, if that motion passes. Do we want to do it that way, split the issue?
you're the chair.
I'm gonna split the issue. But we're gonna take,
That makes sense then.
so that would be,
So you're gonna make a motion first and then you need
Yeah.
a second.
yeah, I just was wondering if I had to number it.
Sure.
So
Nancy, can you getting everything? Are you getting everything back there?
6.0 should have.
6.0? Yeah. 6.0, take a motion on whether or not we are going to do second round interviews on any of the candidates that presented today.
I'll make a motion to do second round interview questions for candidates of our choosing.
Then we'll do a second and then a discussion. So I'll do a second. Questions or discussion? I think we've had plenty, but
I'll just reiterate one more. I would be not in favor of second round interviews because I think I don't want to have a missed opportunity.
well, yeah, we can vote. We'll
Yeah.
vote yea or nay. Okay, all those in favor of second round interviews, say yea.
Yeah.
Oh, do I?
Yeah, can.
Okay.
I think that
Have
kind of
Nancy
answers.
call.
Will you call roll then, or call names?
No,
No.
No,
Yes.
No,
No,
The noes have it, so that motion is not passed.
Mhm.
So we will not be doing second round interviews. So then it comes to the, like, who,
discussion or
or
no?
we did discussion.
Oh,
we can still have discussion.
Okay, we can have discussion on it.
I just wanted to
There's nothing-
clarify my
there's nothing
no,
on the
just
table.
because I think
Yeah.
the thing that made me say no is the time between now and then. And so that's where I'm at. It's not because I'm not interested in talking further and getting more solidified answers or feelings, but the time between the two is what kind of caught me.
Yes,
If I remember right, when we were establishing,
Lee, do you wanna turn your
oh,
mic
turn
on?
your mic on, please.
Excuse me, my memory, which may be bad, is that when we established this Monday to Monday, there was conflicts in the later part of this week, so we went an extra week.
Mhm.
I think I suggested we had do it later this week and then we went to that
Mhm.
following Monday. I could be wrong, but I think that might have been part of the discussion when we set this up a few months ago.
Honestly, don't remember.
I don't recall that either. You may be,
yeah, I know I had conflicts on Thursday. For sure. Yeah.
yeah, you may be right. I
Yeah.
just,
That
that's,
was why we had to wait. It's because there was conflicts in the schedule.
But in my opinion, for discussion, it's more than just time.
Right.
I look at the data
Yeah.
points. I look at where we all thought, the questions were, I look at the answers that were given, and to me, there doesn't need to be a second interview.
no, you're right. I
Yeah,
didn't
I'm
write
not-
some numbers here.
my decision would be based on the time.
No.
It's just what we kind of, when we came into this process, we wanted to find the right candidate for our school. Cause they're gonna be here for the next 3 years,
Mhm.
hopefully.
Hopefully.
So, do we have somebody that has had, and we talked about experience a lot. Do we have somebody that's had the experiences, has the experience and also, tackled some of the same challenges that our district has. Those are extremely important in my mind, and also has experience with Minnesota School of Finance, which I think is extremely important. And leading a district of not our size, but of decent size, and having quality relationships with staff.
And I mean, that's a good point that you bring up. I think Minnesota school finance is significantly different and
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
difficult
Hmm.
than some other states.
And I will agree with your point, Len, with the data points looking at, I've kind of done some figuring here on my paper too, and what's in the top half of the exceeds and meets and the bottom half numbers and I do see that. So not just time on my side either, but just that was one thing that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion, with, I don't know, how do I want to word this? I'm gonna make a motion to, how do I?
Enter into negotiation.
Enter into negotiations with Kevin Grover. And I want it notated on there that it, his knowledge, experience, et cetera, matches the superintendent profile that the board so choose with input from, internal and external stakeholders.
Lee,
If I might, I would add, pending.
Oh, yes.
A
Background.
Go ahead.
successful background check in negotiations.
Yes, so I'll amend it. So however, that's, okay. Yancy, can you hear me back there? Yes,
enter into negotiations
negotiations.
pending a background check
so yeah,
And
motion,
negotiations.
Yep.
and negotiate, yes.
yeah, I guess that's all you have to put. The motion is to enter into negotiations, pending, background check, et cetera, to Kevin Grover. And then I'll note it in the discussion.
Close the motion. Any second?
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion?
I think for the discussion aspect, and don't have to put that into the, into the motion, but it really needs to be notated. That everything that we're looking for in our superintendent profile that we've worked hard on developing and moving forward. I feel that this candidate meets that.
I would agree with you.
I would agree also.
I would say I almost feel that way with all three candidates, depending on like different leadership profile points for me have different weight.
Sure.
Sure.
And that played a huge role in the way I think about it. I don't necessarily look at a person's total experience in something as being my expectation. Everyone has to start somewhere. And I don't necessarily think that experience is always a good thing. Not saying that it's not.
No, I would, I was thinking about some of the comments you made, Amanda, and I think we are lucky that we had three really great candidates. And
Yeah.
if you, for lack of a better way to say it, if you plugged any of them in, we are in a good position.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
to me, this is, in my opinion, in my vote, this is the one that stood out and had the best answers and the best experiences that were closest to us, in some of the needs that we're facing. And so that is what stood out.
And I'll just say, because I already know how I'm gonna vote, my vote is purely based on certain comments that were made during the interview that did not sit well with me. And that, I'll leave it at that.
Any other questions, discussion?
I would second what Amanda said with the different points being that we did see this in all of our candidates. And so it's always a hard decision when you have three candidates that are strong and you have to kind of look in, like you said, weighted things and And I'm thankful that all three showed up today.
Was that a question in your
No.
mind?
No, I mean, just that they,
Yeah,
no,
I
not that
know.
they weren't gonna show up, but
No.
that they came and everybody, I think, put their best foot forward and
Struck me.
definitely had very strong leadership skills. And so we're lucky, like
We
you
are
said.
lucky, yeah. Any questions, discussion? Okay. We'll take a vote. Nancy, if you could call names.
Yes.
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 No,
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
5-1.
5-1.
6
Good
people.
math.
I do have a,
Second.
it's not part of procedure, but I do have a question for MSBA. Once we, Lynn, or negotiate, I guess we have to talk about the negotiations next. But if something were to pop up or somebody turns something down, what happens then?
Typically, in your case, since your next regular meeting is tentatively scheduled for
It's
next
next week.
Monday,
Yeah.
Monday,
actually.
Yeah.
You could either use the 3-day notice and have a meeting yet this week to talk about what your next step is. You decide then to offer to somebody else. You could reopen, you could go to an interim. I think those would be the three choices.
I'm just wondering, nothing is tying our hands. I mean, we're moving forward
Yeah.
with this, but there are, if something.
Implications
if it doesn't
happen.
Implications.
Yeah, there definitely are. And we also have more searches going on now than we've had for a while. So I think, we talked about size of pool and all those kinds of things, the other factors that are going on in terms of candidates and whatnot. But I think you have choices if it doesn't work out. I would say most people wouldn't come through with the interview if they weren't serious about it. So.
I have a question to piggyback off your question. So what happened, so not saying, well, like when candidates turn down a position, do you ever go back to the other like finalists and say, hey, you weren't chosen, but,
Yes.
and what's the take rate on that?
I don't know. I don't know that we've ever tracked it because it doesn't happen that often.
Okay,
There is a process where we have done an AB motion. We call it AB. You offer to candidate A. And if they turn it down, then the board authorizes the chair to offer it to candidate B.
mm-hmm,
That's done rarely, but it has been used. And I mean, that's always an option. If you want to do that, you could do that at this meeting with the second motion. That would totally be up to you. We so seldom see it because candidates don't do that.
Probably not a very
I've
good.
done
vote.
this now for 6 years. I don't know if I've even seen one.
okay.
I don't.
You're
think
saying one turned down the position?
One. yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was a deal where they set up to meet with the district. They went home, and I don't know if how serious the candidates were. And the spouse and kids decided they weren't gonna have any of it. And I'm sure there was some discussion that happened at home and they withdrew.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I don't think we should go down that road.
No.
Right now. I was just talking.
We can always call us.
Yep. But what I would like, I think, and I don't mean to step on any toes, but we've
You're not
talked
stepping.
about negotiations in the past. And I know this was previous when I was the chair, and then Lynn being the chair now. I'm wondering if we shouldn't. My suggestion as a board is we should give Lynn maybe either a ceiling or a floor where we start negotiations. I can speak as on the negotiations team, but as we've restructured a little bit, that's the one now that has the treasurer, Lynn or I, and I think
Sure.
was it Amanda or? I can't-
Amanda.
Amanda, I think. So I think we need to decide as a board, where we start at. Competitively, I think,
Well, I would, yeah,
we know where to start competitively.
I want to offer a competitive
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
salary benefits package.
Within the budget.
right, yeah, no,
Yes.
absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. I
don't want to be
my,
too competitive that
Yes.
we like are just.
no, merely my
staying
suggestion was,
within our
hey, do we
realm.
want to
I
throw
would
out a
even offer a
number?
range.
Okay.
Because I think that's just gonna come throughout the negotiations.
Okay.
Yeah.
process.
Yeah.
Lee, what's your,
You got, you got the, sample
Yeah.
salaries last year.
Yep.
right,
If you want to do some comparative, throw 3% on there, that would be ballpark. The problem with doing salary comparisons is that there are so many variables. You can't just work off a salary because you've got
Right.
different kinds of health. You've got different kinds of 403Bs or whatever. I could be a candidate coming in being older. I don't want it on salary. I want it in a 403B or I want it in an HSA or whatever options are available to me. So it's really hard to compare without doing total package. But you can work off of where you are now, because I think you were competitive before, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to challenge the board or ask the board that question to see, because I would have been willing to make something if need be.
I do have one piece of data in my briefcase that I can share with you. I'm not sure that their district's your size, but it's out of this region. It was compiled in January. It's not fully complete, but it's data you could look at.
Well, and I think we're pretty close to that. I mean, we brought on an interim and the negotiations committee spoke of that and we used some of those numbers. We know what our previous superintendent was at. So I guess
Yeah.
my ask of, Lynn or the rest of the negotiation, team would be to stay within that, like Amanda
Yes.
said, stay within the budget.
Mm,
Don't get completely crazy.
I promise.
You're such a crazy person.
Are you ready for closing comments from me?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
First of all, typically, Lynn, you would contact Kevin Grover. I can contact the other candidates. You can contact them. Do you have a preference?
If you could contact the other ones.
That's
that'd be
fine. We'll do that right away. Secondly, I think Nancy has a sample press release and we can, I'm sure she can have that ready in just a very short period of time. I would recommend on behalf of MSBA that you turn your notes in to your HR director. They will keep it according to the Data Privacy Act, so that it's on according to your records retention file. Our role from MSB is complete. We don't get into negotiations of the contract side at all. And I want to thank you for working with us. You know, I get to spend a lot more time with you guys than I normally do.
Yeah.
And I see that as a positive thing for me because I really enjoyed it a lot. You will get a survey from MSBA. Barb Dorn will send one out about our services. And I want to give a shout out, particularly not only to your staff in general, but Nancy in particularly. I get to work with a lot of people and she's just absolutely top flight. So I just want you to know that you got somebody special there, but everybody on your administrative staff has been great. And working with Brandon and Lynn, I know we've talked a lot on the phone as we went through this, and thank you for your evening times when we've texted back and forth or whatever it might be, you know, I appreciate that. There's also a post-hiring workshop that's part of your overall package. Barb will contact you. Typically it's in July that she'll reach out to you and set it up probably in August or something as you go through your transition with a new superintendent. But again, call us anytime. MSB is your association. Their job is to help you in any way they can. And so thank you very much.
Nancy, thank you.
Thank you,
Lee,
Nancy.
thank you. And
Good.
board, thank you.
Yes.
A lot.
Guys.
Yep, Lee, thank you for everything.
Yeah, my pleasure.
So the next meeting of the Board of Education is scheduled for March 11th, 5:30. I need a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
Yep, second.
All right. All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.